Hello, good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Rojas, and I am the chair of the BPDA board. Thank you for joining the September 12th, 2024 Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. However, please note that we plan to conduct our board meetings in a hybrid setting starting with the November 14th, 2024 board meeting. Hybrid means that our board meetings will be conducted and available to the public both in person at City Hall, in our boardroom on the 9th floor, and virtually via Zoom and Boston City TV at the same time. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communication at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. So to begin the meeting, I will take a roll call of the members. Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Mr. Shepherd.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. O'Malley.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, the chair, am present. All right, let's start off with the EDIC agenda. Item number 1, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the August 15th, 2024 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to amend the lease agreement with Central Service Committee for the use of 12 Channel Street, Suite 604 in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, and to extend the lease from September 30th, 2027 to March 31st, 2037. Maureen or Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Central Services Committee has been a tenant in 12 Channel Street in Suite 604 since 2007. They have a small suite that they've invested about $50,000 in over the years. Central Services Committee is the New England headquarters for Alcoholics Anonymous. Anybody doesn't know that connection. Their lease ends in 2027. We're proposing to extend it out for another 10 years to give them some comfort that they'll, as they start their fundraising, et cetera. We're viewing this as a mission statement, as a mission-related lease rather than a market lease. In that who we are and what we do, it's on one hand, it's just the right thing to do for people, doing good things. And we have the space and we can accommodate them. From an economic perspective, however, their expenses, I looked at their audited financial statements over the last 3 years. Their expenses are on a trajectory to go up 13% a year, and their income's going down about 10% a year. And the rent that they pay us represents about 13% of the annual revenue, which there are commercial leases that are based on revenue in retail and other sectors that are usually between 6 and 8%. So they're, from an economic perspective, they're paying a higher percentage of the revenue than a lot of other commercial users. They are going to be, they're optimistic that they're going to be able to raise more money. They're not allowed to take donations from anybody that's not a client. So we're recommending we do it, extend it out to 2037, and encourage them to keep doing the good things that they do.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just a brief question, obviously fully support this, I think it's great. I'm just more out of curiosity, why the March deadline for the lease as opposed to January or the end of August or something?
Thank you, Matt. That really just had to do with the lease was entered into on probably March 1st of that year. It relates to the calendar, where it was in the calendar when we entered the lease.
Fair enough, thanks.
Okay, additional questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to amend the lease agreement with Global Protection Corporation effective February 1st, 2025, and to recapture suites 401 and 701 at 12 Channel Street in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, and to further recapture suite 702 and amend the lease to include suite 805 if it becomes available. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if poetic justice is the correct phrase to use, but this is the first, Global Protection Corporation was the first lease I ever negotiated on behalf of the agency in that building, 1,000,000 years ago. They're an absolute success story. It's an economic development success that we shall be proud of. They came in as a startup with about 3 or 4 employees right out of Tufts University, and they've since expanded into 67,000 square feet. They're in several suites throughout the building. They're a distributor of prophylactics and assorted products. They have some of their own brand. They've really just grown to the point where, because it's a 9-story, functionally obsolete building, they move so much product in and out that it's getting hard to accommodate them in the loading areas, given the volume that they bring in, because they have to share with other tenants. So there's no ill will here. It's just kind of time to move on, and they've since secured a location in Lynn. They'll be moving most of their distribution out to Lynn. They absolutely want to keep it Boston present. They covered the Boston address. What we're proposing we do, back to the 1,000,000 years ago, their rent is really low in today's market. When we first entered these deals, industrial rents hadn't really even hit $10 yet. So by comparison, where we're demanding $30 now, it looks like it is very low rent. So we're suggesting that we let them vacate 2 of their spaces, and we will immediately go to market with them, which we've already gone to market with them. And they will retain one of the spaces in Suite 702, which is really bigger than they need, but that's the space they have. Kind of a triple bank shot. We're negotiating with another tenant to move from a smaller space to a bigger space, and if that happens, Global Protection will move into Suite 805. But what we're asking for now is to allow Global Protection to vacate Suite 401, which is an entire floor, and 701, which is about 10,000 square feet, and retain the 23,000 square feet in 702 until such time that Suite 805 is available, which is about 3,000 feet. I am very, very bullish that we will be increasing our revenue 300 to 400% once we release those spaces and get them market. So we're recommending that we release Global Protection from their commitment and wish them the great success, and then we'll benefit financially from the department.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Lancemark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you all.
Item number 4, request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of Eastern Salt Company and facilitate the long-term lease and redevelopment of Parcel M, located in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, for 3 months until December 31st, 2024. Yoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm here to request a 3-month extension for the tentative designation of Eastern Salt Company for Parcel M, located at 3 Dolphin Way within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Eastern Salt is a woman-owned marine industrial business that has operated in Chelsea for over 60 years and was originally designated in June 2021. Eastern intends to operate Parcel M as part of a larger waterborne bulk marine cargo terminal to be known as the South Boston Marine Multiport. The multiport will reactivate the North Jetty to accommodate deep water berthing and ocean-going goods. While Eastern's current business is transshipped bulk salt, their future business model is to pursue other large cargo uses that support the emerging wind power industry in Eastern Massachusetts. Since the last tentative designation extension, Eastern has engaged in conversation with a marine business who currently operates several marina and ship repair facilities in Boston Harbor and Massachusetts coast. Eastern has been exploring potential for partnerships with this entity to include marina and ship repair use to the proposed multi-port. At this time, Eastern is requesting a 3-month designation extension for their tentative designation status. During this extension, Eastern aims to further explore this potential partnership and develop space plans and layouts for allocating uses for bulk shipment and marine vessel maintenance. At this time, staff recommends an additional 3-month tentative designation extension. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 5, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for a vendor to conduct a healthcare labor and workforce needs analysis as part of the Life Sciences Workforce Development Initiative. Abigail.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board for your time. We are requesting authorization to release a request for proposals for a research consultant to conduct a healthcare workforce needs analysis with a specific focus on overlapping occupations and skills within the life sciences. In 2023, the Office of Workforce Development approved the award of $4.7 million to launch and support the Life Sciences Workforce Development Initiative, funded by the city's Neighborhood Jobs Trust and Federal American Rescue Plan Act dollars. The Life Sciences Workforce Development Initiative aims to train and place 1,000 Boston residents in the life sciences careers pathways by 2025 as part of the Wu administration's commitment to build a more equitable, inclusive economy. At the same time, OWD estimates that employment in the healthcare sector will grow by over 25,000 jobs between 2024 and 2034. This analysis would identify areas where training through the Life Sciences Workforce Development Initiative can meet healthcare labor demand. OWD estimates a contract of $100,000 for the labor and workforce needs analysis supported by American Rescue Plan Act funds awarded to EDIC as a part of the Life Sciences Workforce Development Initiative. And the RFP is scheduled for tentative release in late September 2024 with the performance period ending on June 30th, 2025. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Great, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for a consultant to provide design services and construction documents for repairs at Berth 10 in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is the first time I'm bringing this specific matter before you. Berth 10 is located in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, bordered by Summer Street to the west and the Reserve Channel to the south. It is currently used as a dock and berthing area for the Boston Police Department's Harbor Patrol Unit, as well as Thompson Island Outward Bound program. Last year, 2023, we performed a complete inspection and assessment of all agency-owned waterfront infrastructure. From that effort, which we completed in January of this year, Berth 10 was identified as needing some routine concrete and masonry repairs, as well as some repairs to the wood timber fender piles. This effort seeks to advance those repairs that were identified in the assessment through final design development, preparation of construction documents. The resulting design contract is budgeted at $125,000. It is included in the FY25 capital budget. Plans and specs will be prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts General Laws. Therefore, we are requesting authorization for the clerk to advertise and issue this request for proposals for engineering services for this project. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, personnel. Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary and Director Jimison. We have a number of items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda with the exact details included in the board memos. We have one contract in the IT department, Connor Tomasco. We have one internship in the urban design department, Dana Grimier. We have one policy and procedure change with the adoption of the City of Boston's hybrid remote work policy. And we have one departure in the planning department, Astrid Walker Stewart, zoning reform planner 2. And I'll answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. And welcome to those new members of the team and to those that are departing. Astrid, very appreciative of all the work and contributions you've made to the city. So with that, I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved. Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes, meeting adjourned. We'll now begin the next portion of the meeting. Thank you for joining the September 12th, 2024 Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. However, please note that we plan to conduct our board meetings in a hybrid setting, starting with the November 14th, 2024 board meeting. Hybrid means that our board meetings will be conducted and available to both the public, both in person at City Hall in our boardroom on the 9th floor and virtually via Zoom and Boston City TV, all at the same time. So for more information and updates, please visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. So to begin the meeting, I will take a roll call of members. Ms. Bennett?
Present.
Mr. Shepherd?
Present.
Dr. Landsmark?
Present.
Mr. O'Malley?
Present.
And the chair, Priscilla Rojas, I am present. Okay, item number...
Madam Chair, we're going to take Bonnie from Councilor Weber's office.
Okay, great. Thanks for joining us, Bonnie. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you to the Executive Director and the BPDA Board for the time to address you today on behalf of Councilor Weber as his Chief of Staff while he's in hearing. The project is item 17 on the agenda, the request for authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E, small project review of the zoning code for the proposed construction of 8 home ownership units and 16 car parking spaces located at 90 Allendale in West Roxbury. As you may be aware, the 90 Allendale project is triggering a Conservation Commission review due to its proximity to a wetland resource area at the rear of the site. As we understand the process, the Conservation Commission and Parks Commission reviews don't occur until after the BPDA and ZBA approval. So if the board votes to approve 90 Allendale today, we just want to go on the record requesting that the review of the Conservation Commission and Parks Commission takes into account the importance of the Allendale Woods urban wilds that abuts the property. Councilor Weber thanks the owners for the proposed deed restriction as a voluntary conservation measure to promote open space and natural resource protection. And we hope that the parties can continue hearing from neighbors in Allendale to protect the natural resources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Bohemus, do we have anyone else?
No, I am expecting a counselor, but she's not on
Okay.
yet, so I will let you know when I see her.
That's fine. So let's start with item number 1, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the August 15th, 2024 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2.
I'm just recusing on number 2.
Great, thank you. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on October 10th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed application for approval of the Faneuil Gardens Chapter 121A project and an urban redevelopment limited partnership. Motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on October 10th, 2024 at 5:40 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed Franciscan Hospital for Children 2022 to 2032 institutional master plan and the clinical building project as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on October 10th, 2024 at 5:50 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed Dana-Farber Cancer Institute 2024 through 2034 institutional master plan. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 5, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on October 10th, 2024 at 6 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed Wentworth Institute of Technology 2024 through 2034 institutional master plan. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 6, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on October 10th, 2024 at 6:10 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center 2024 through 2025 institutional master plan. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 7, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on October 10th, 2024 at 6:20 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed development impact project located at 110 Canal Street in the West End neighborhood of Boston. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 8, request authorization to execute a memorandum of agreement with the Boston Mayor's Office of Housing to permit a BRA-owned parcel of land located at 82 Mascot Street, also known as parcel 14037900000, to be included in a joint request for proposals to activate the location as open space, along with 4 City of Boston-owned parcels located at 301, 303, 305, and 307 Norfolk Street, also known as parcel 170165400, parcel 17016550000, parcel 17016560000, and parcel 17016570000, and to permit the Boston Mayor's Office of Housing to issue and manage the request for proposals on behalf of the BRA. Natalie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm here to request authorization to enter into an MOU and issue a joint RFP with the Mayor's Office of Housing, MOH, to create open space for the BPDA-owned property, 82 Mascot, along with 4 other MOH-owned parcels, 301, 303, 305, and 307 Norfolk Street. 82 Mascot consists of approximately 4,321 square feet of vacant land in the Roxbury neighborhood. 82 Mascot is approximately 131 feet to the west along Norfolk Street of the MOH parcels mentioned. On October 27, 2024, staff from MOH conducted a public virtual meeting to hear from the community about their vision for these parcels. During the community process for the parcels, it was determined that the BPDA parcel would be another property that could be included in the request for proposals with a specific focus on the creation of open space. On July 29, 2024, staff from MOH and the Planning Department held another public virtual community meeting to discuss the BPDA parcel being included within the disposition. Throughout these meetings and other community feedback, it was decided that the best use for these sites would be open space. The objectives of the site specified in the RFP will include, but not be limited to, community gathering space, beautification of and other improvements to the site, intergenerational programming, a comprehensive maintenance plan, and a tree preservation and management. We expect to be back before you in late 2024 or early 2025 to provide an update on the RFP submissions and hopefully a selection of a proponent for tentative designation. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Natalie. Oh, next one's you too. Okay, request authorization, item number
Madam
5.
Chair, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Madam Chair, we have Councillor Durkin, who I'm just promoting.
Oh, great. Thanks for joining, Counselor. The floor is yours.
She might need just a minute.
Oh, okay. There we go. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm here to read 3 letters, from 3 different projects. First, I'd like to read my support letter for Boston University's 2024 to 2026 Institutional Master Plan. I'm writing in support of Boston University's 2024 to 2026 IMP. I'm excited to have met with the new president, Melissa Gilliam, last week, and I know from our meeting she'll be a champion for the student experience and sustainability, which will be the focus of my letter, alongside the increased need for student housing in future IMP conversations. My support today is slightly different. After having also spoke with the Audubon Circle Neighborhood Association, I do believe it's important that I add that there be a clear distinction between the university's residential buildings in the Audubon Circle Neighborhood Zoning District, for which the university has a conditional use permit or license to operate a dormitory, and those for which it does not. Without clear distinction, it would upset a delicate balance that exists between neighbors and BU. I commend BU for their continuous commitment to bettering educational standards and quality of life for students. In the past few decades, BU has made huge strides towards creating a campus that serves as a leader in the community. BU serves as an excellent representation of Boston. The BU 2024 to 2026 IMP highlights this focus on the university's commitments to its students and community as the university plans to renovate Warren Towers and Mugar Library, as well as the construction of the new Pardee School of Global Studies. I commend BU for identifying 3 projects they could move forward with in a time without a president. These renovations will provide much needed modernization to UC Central buildings, allowing for them to better suit the needs of students today, and the construction of the Pardee School will help unify and strengthen the program within the university. BU has been an important partner in helping the city work towards its goals of sustainability through its own commitment to being carbon neutral by 2040. The Warren Towers renovation plan details numerous ways that the university aims to build more sustainable through updating facade windows to help the building conserve energy, while also changing to an electric model for heating and cooling. Plus, public realm improvements, including updates to the sidewalks, building frontage, as well as plans for a bike facility and better crosswalks will serve students and the broader community. While the plans for Mugar Library renovation have not been finalized, BU has shared their commitment with me to implement strategies to make the library more green. As the university with the highest undergraduate population in the city of Boston, Housing remains one of BU's biggest challenges as they work to ensure the commitment to guaranteeing housing for students for all 4 years of their enrollment. Warren Towers is BU's largest residential hall, providing housing to almost 2,000 students, the majority of which are incoming freshmen. As it stands, Warren Towers has received minimal updates since it was constructed in 1965. BU's proposal to renovate Warren Towers will provide much-needed modernization to the building, including updating the bathrooms, bedrooms, and adding air conditioning, adding to the quality of life for first-year students. As BU approaches this multi-year, multi-tower approach, it's important to minimize the impact on the student experience. I plan to work with BU to get details on how they are supporting students in their first year, which is such a critical moment for creating campus connections. The current plan for the IMP states that the density of dormitories will be increased in the Fenway campus to make up for housing reductions caused by the renovations. A reduction of dorm capacity creates a strain on existing dormitory stock. I urge BU to be as transparent with incoming students as possible around dorm capacity. It is critical that the university maintains its high standards for quality of life for students throughout the renovation. Also, as they have done in prior situations, I urge BU to offer housing at a reduced cost to students whose living situations are impacted by the renovation. BU strives to have access to housing on campus for 4 years, but guaranteeing that and making it a reality means building more housing in their next IMP. Spring semesters have been over-enrolled in prior years, leading to the acquisition of additional housing or leases to meet those needs. Boston University is not unique in its need to build more housing for students. As the counselor for 14 colleges and universities that touch District 8, most are dealing with increased housing pressures and lack of approved projects. But BU is lucky to have prior approvals at Stu B3, and they've recently purchased 76 Ashford Street in Austin. As the city of Boston struggles to meet housing needs of a growing population, I encourage BU to build both of these student-approved projects. And I know that my colleague Councilor Liz Braden feels the same. I support the 2024 and through 2026 IMP for all the reasons I outlined, and I'm excited to continue to partner with BU as we begin conversations about future projects that will be considered in their next 10-year plan. Okay, and now I'm going to read a letter that is from signed by both myself and Councilor Santana. At-large Councilor Santana. Dear Chair Rojas and members of the board, we are writing to you after reviewing the proponents, this is for 500 Huntington Ave. After reviewing the proponents' RSI submission, we have thoughts that we'd like to share. First, we thank the project manager, Stephen Harvey, for his work in steering this project. We believe that the process has been inclusive and responsive to the comments of the IAG and the public. Second, we believe that there have been much needed improvements from the initial PNF submission that should be appreciated. It is through the Article 80 process that projects get better, and this is a great example of this playing out. Wentworth was responsive to the needs and concerns of all the members of the IAG, including Alice Taylor Development and the Greek Orthodox Cathedral. This project aims to deliver many improvements that we believe will highly benefit the Mission Hill neighborhood and its residents. We were grateful to see the proponent's comments throughout the process, respond to comments throughout the process, though through which we have seen the project have a lot of upgrades. Firstly, the project will maximize the public realm on a site that is currently fenced off from the public by providing a publicly accessible open space and public realm improvements with a significant increase from the original approved PDA. The open space is designed to be welcoming and flexible to support a variety of different uses to allow for different modalities to travel through the area. The proponent has also responded to the comments from the ground floor usage by establishing a lively and engaging ground floor experience that prioritizes active outdoor and indoor spaces along the building's edge to activate new publicly accessible open space in Huntington Avenue. The project will also support significant streetscape improvements along Parker Street, Huntington Avenue, and Ruggles Street, including street trees, bike parking, pedestrian paving, updating adjacent sidewalks to ADA standards, and deploying permeable surfaces where appropriate. The proponent has been responsive to concerns about parking and reduced their footprint. It is our hope that there will be more consideration on this point, but we are thankful for the improvements that have been made. It is also our wish that the developer remains responsive to the community and neighborhood input throughout the building process, particularly as it relates to construction impacts and any change to the approved public realm plans. The project has received support from Sociedad Latina and Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services. For these reasons, we ask the board to vote in support of the proposal before you today. Sincerely, Sharon Durkin, Boston City Council District 8, and Henry Santana, Boston City Councilor at Large. And sorry, this is my last letter. This is on...
please. We enjoy your feedback and input.
And this is on 129 Portland Street. As the Boston City Councilor representing the West End, I strongly support the office to residential use conversion development at 129 Portland Street. This proposal supports the City of Boston's mission to increase economic activity in our downtown neighborhoods by creating 25 residential units, including 4 on-site IDP units and 1 voucher unit, in addition to retail on the first floor. The structure is currently sitting vacant and underutilized, so now is the time to convert this existing office space and welcome new residents to the neighborhood. Glad to see that the proponent is taking part of the office to residential program, which I am a big supporter, and I think the proposal highlights how buildings can be converted to a better, more important use for the moment we are in. The Both Ends Triangle has an extensive and rich history, and preserving it is of utmost importance to the community and my office. I'm excited to see that the facade of this building requires minimal exterior work because it guarantees the building's ability to fit in where it already exists and into the context of the Both Ends Triangle. The West End is the hub of public transit, and the incorporation of 25 bike spaces here will aid the city in achieving our sustainability goals. Occupants of this building will be able to travel from their residence with ease, making it a desirable place to live. For these reasons, I will be supporting the proponent, and I urge the board to vote in favor. And I'll just add that I'm also in favor of removing the conditional use for residential housing in the Both Ends Triangle, and I'll be pursuing that at the Zoning Commission, but this is really important, and I think the community supports housing in the Both Ends Triangle. So instead of it being a conditional use, hopefully soon it'll be an allowed use, and we'll encourage more and more residential over there. So thank you so much, Chair.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Councilor Durkin. We appreciate your input. Okay. Secretary Bull, he must keep me honest. I was at number 9? Right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Item number 9. Request authorization to extend the tentative designation status to a joint venture between Asian Community Development Corporation and the Community Builder for the redevelopment of parcel P12 located at 290 Tremont Street in the South Cove Urban Renewal Area. Project number Mass R-92, and continued lease negotiations with the redeveloper to facilitate the long-term ground lease. Natalie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We are requesting board approval today to extend the tentative designation status of the joint venture between Asian Community Development Corporation, ACDC, the Community Builders, TCB, together as the redeveloper, for the redevelopment of parcel P12C located at 290 Tremont Street in Chinatown neighborhood, as well as continue the lease negotiations to facilitate a long-term ground lease. Parcel P12C is approximately 29,000 square feet located in the South Cove Urban Renewal Area. It is comprised of 2 contiguous assessors parcels of land within the block bound by Tremont and Washington Streets and Oak Street West and Stewart Streets. It is abutted by land used for a YMCA, hotel, parking, and other commercial retail uses. The development team proposes a 12-story structure with 132 residential units, all of which are income restricted to a variety of income levels. Additionally, the proposed project will include ground level community commercial space, 132 bicycle parking spaces, and a new blue bike station at or near the site. Since receiving tentative designation extension in September 2023, ACDC and TCB have completed their Article 80 review, applied for the Massachusetts Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities funding round, secured City of Boston Mayor's Office of Housing funds, completed drawings approximate at the 70% CD level, began MBTA Zone of Influence review, and began lease negotiations with staff regarding the long-term ground lease. During the requested 12-month extension, the development team plans to achieve the following to enable staff recommendation for final designation: secure EOHLC funding, complete CDs and design review, complete the bidding process, complete the ground lease negotiations with the BPDA, and begin construction and the closing process. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 10, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for the redevelopment and ground lease of parcel 12-02617-000, also known as 626 through 628 Warden Street in Roxbury. Yoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am here to request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for 226 and 228 Warren Street. The property consists of 5,013 square feet of vacant land located at the corner of Warren Street and Sunderland Street in the Grove Hall neighborhood in Roxbury. The BPDA held 5 community meetings between December 2022 and September 2023, leading up to the release of the initial RFP for the property on January 19, 2024. The development objectives of the first RFP allow for residential or mixed-use development. On the deadline of the first RFP on February 19, 2024, the BPDA only received 1 proposal for open space, which was rejected for not adhering to the RFP's development objectives. Following community feedback, the BPDA now aims to incorporate open space as a possible use in the re-release of this RFP. I am here to request authorization to include this additional use. In the second RFP, the BPDA will seek creative and innovative proposals for 2 use type categories. The first category is housing or mixed use. While all housing proponents are encouraged to include ground floor activation as part of their proposals, proponents who are assembling the property with abutting parcels for a larger project will be required to propose a mixed-use project consisting of a commercial use on the ground floor and residential use on the upper floors. The second category is public open space, such as community garden or a park. Each category will have corresponding design guidelines, which will share themes of contribution to the public realm, preservation of existing mature trees, sustainable and inclusive development. All proposals will be evaluated based on the comparative evaluation criteria, which will include the ability to execute, exceptional design and development, strength of financial offer and finance plan, diversity and inclusion, and development without displacement. Staff believes that this 2-category approach will allow for the flexibility to better address the needs of the Roxbury community. We expect to return to the board in early 2025 to provide an update on the result of the RFP submissions and hopefully recommend a proponent for tentative designation. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Yoon.
Thank you.
Item number 11, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for professional engineering services for seawall rehabilitation of the north-facing side of the Long Wharf in the Central Wharf District. William.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. As stated, I am requesting authorization to advertise and issue the RFP to get a maritime engineering firm to design and permit improvements to the northern portion of Long Wharf seawall bulkhead. This matter was most recently brought before you at the June board, where you authorized the release for an invitation for bids for work on the east face of Long Wharf. And I'm happy to report we received those bids today, and I'll be back next month with an award recommendation. For this matter, as you'll recall, the 170-year-old granite block seawall has gone through multiple iterations of reinforcement over the past decade. Most recently, we completed in 2021 along the south face, adjacent to the location of the work about to begin on the east face. This project is looking to continue that similar work now on the north face. And specifically, this is work that needs to be done prior to any future climate resilience improvements that would elevate the face of the seawall. So we're specifically trying to get ahead of any work that might come down the pike by getting some foundational repairs done that are going to have to be done regardless of what we do. This resulting design contract is budgeted at $550,000. Plans and specs will be prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts General Laws. The subsequent construction improvements are currently budgeted in the $3 million range, and we have included this in the FY25 capital budget. It, of course, would be publicly bid in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws after being brought back to the board once designed and permitted. And with that, we're requesting authorization for the secretary to advertise and issue this RFP. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, William.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 12, request authorization to execute a contract with A&M Home Services in an amount not to exceed $80,000 for grass cutting and landscaping services at Boston Redevelopment Authority owned properties citywide for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year extension options. Lauren.
Madam Chair, members of the board, as authorized by the board on June 13th, 2024, an invitation for bids for grass cutting and landscaping services on BRA-owned properties citywide was publicly advertised pursuant to Mass General Law, Code 30B. The scope of services consists of furnishing all necessary labor, materials, equipment, transportation, supplies, and services for landscape and grass cutting of BPDA-owned parcels across the city of Boston. The procurement schedule went as follows. The IFB was released on August 19th, 2024. The virtual pre-bid conference took place on August 29th, 2024. And the deadline for bids was September 6th, 2024, which we received 4 total bids. A&M Home Services was the qualified bidder with the lowest total bid price of $37,500. A&M Home Services is certified as a minority-owned small and local business, and they're located in Roxbury. The awarded contract will be for an amount not to exceed $80,000 annually, and it will be for the term of 1 year, with the BRA holding 2 one-year extension options that may be exercised at the sole discretion of the BPDA. Funding for this project will be from the BPDA's operating budget. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Item number 13, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of the Seaport Square Block L5 project at 1 Boston Wharf Road in the South Boston waterfront neighborhood pursuant to the cooperation agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and Seaport L5 title holder LLC, dated September 11th, 2021. It's a certificate of completion, so there's no presentation. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 14, request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 45 residential rental units, including 8 IDP units, approximately 1,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 24 car parking spaces, and 46 bicycle parking spaces located at 1274 Massachusetts Avenue, and to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction and a community benefits agreement, and to take all related actions. Zoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. members of the board, Secretary Polimis, and Director Jamison. My name is Zoe Schutte, and I'm a project assistant in Development Review Division of the Planning Department. We're here before you this evening to discuss the proposed Article 80 East small project located at 1274 Massachusetts Avenue in Dorchester. The proposed project contemplates the redevelopment of a 17,120 square foot lot for a mixed-use development consisting of a 47,700 square foot, 6-story building containing 45 residential rental units and ground floor commercial space. The proposed project also includes a landscape plaza open to public use, 46 bike storage spaces, and 24 accessory off-street parking spaces located in the building's basement level enclosed parking garage. The proponent filed a small project review application on July 29, 2024. A public meeting was held on August 22nd and was advertised in the local newspapers, posted on the Planning Department website, and a notification was emailed to all subscribers of the Dorchester Neighborhood Update List. The public comment period ended on August 28th. I'll now turn it over to my colleague Alana to present the planning context before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Zoe. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimis, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ilana Hames, and I am the planner assigned to this project. The proposed project encompasses 5 total parcels across 2 zoning sub-districts. The site is located within the Dorchester Neighborhood District pursuant to Article 65 of the Zoning Code. The parcels at 247 Boston Street and 249 Boston Street, both with frontage along Boston Street, are located in a 3-family residential 3F5000 sub-district. One of the parcels to be subdivided contains vacant land and the adjacent structure at 1272 Massachusetts Avenue and is located in a local convenience sub-district. Additionally, within the local convenience sub-district are 2 mid-block parcels included within the project scope. There are no neighborhood scale planning initiatives. Next slide, please. I jumped right in. There are no neighborhood scale planning initiatives that apply to the location of the proposed project. However, citywide planning initiatives provide context for this project. Next slide, please. Imagine Boston 2030 and Housing a Changing City Boston 2030 recommend targeted housing production for urban infill sites such as the vacant land that occupies the majority of this proposed development site. Next slide, please. The proposed development adds trees along the property frontage in line with the cooling needs of the neighborhood. Heat Resilience Solutions for Boston recognizes the Dorchester neighborhood as being at high risk for extreme urban heat and the associated risks. The addition of street trees will aid in cooling the sidewalks, increasing comfort for pedestrians and area residents. Site plans also demonstrate the addition of several trees to the project site within the 3-block connections north and south of the building. Next slide, please. Imagine Boston 2030 identifies the area of the proposed project as an area where neighborhoods can be enhanced with the creation of contextually responsive development. The massing of the proposed development and the use of step backs respond to the call for contextual development by mimicking existing building heights along respective street frontages, as outlined in Imagine Boston. While the addition of general retail in this area is a forbidden use, the enhanced neighborhoods proposed in Imagine Boston recommend that neighborhoods have a mix of uses that meet Bostonians' daily needs. The use of additional height in the proposed development is contextual with other developments along this area of Massachusetts Avenue, and thus relief is recommended for the building height as efforts have been made to limit the caverning effect on the narrower Boston Street through the use of setbacks. After board approval and zoning board of appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the proposed project will continue design review with the planning department. Thank you, and I will turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Mike Delafave. I'm a project architect and the studio director for Rhodey Architects in Boston. Very excited to be here to speak about this project tonight. The site is located just to the north of Ed Everett Square, and this diagram shows a collection of its kind of connectivity to local bus stops, its kind of walkability. And the other thing that's quite exciting about the site is that it has a connection directly to a brand new bike lane, which is on Mass Ave, that runs directly into the sort of heart of the city. The other thing that's very exciting about this site, before we go on to the next slide, is that You can see it has frontage on Boston Street and on Mass Ave. And that's really great for us because it creates almost two fronts to the building. So I'll talk more about that in a moment. Next slide, please. So this is to give you a little bit of context, working clockwise on the top. We're in the south on Mass Ave, looking north towards Edward Everett Square. The project is on the left, and I'm standing in that bike lane that I just discussed. The next picture is looking back at the project from Ed Everett Square. And then the two images on the lower part of the slide are its connectivity to Boston Street, and you can get a sense of the scale of that neighborhood fabric. Next slide, please. At Rhodey, we do a significant amount of site analysis, but I'll kind of just focus you on the image in the middle. We studied the context and the graining of each side of each street or each frontage of the project. So the blue is reflective of a sort of 3-story row home, smaller residential scale, and the yellow are larger multifamily industrial scale buildings that run on Mass Ave. Next slide, please. So in talking about that, this is an image here that shows you the massing of the building and then how we begin to stitch the massing into each frontage, but then into the existing context. So you can see along Boston Street, we're beginning to stitch that face of the building into the collection of brick row homes that we'll find just to our, which is just to our image south. And then we begin to stitch the building into the larger multifamily building, which is just to the image kind of northeast here on the Mass Ave side. So as mentioned, 45 residential units. We're a 6-story building on Mass Ave and a 4-story building on Boston Street, 25 parking spaces below grade. And then we're also accounting for 46 bicycle parking spaces as well, along with just under 2,000 square feet of lobby and amenity square footage. Next slide, please. So I'll take you through the site plan very quickly. So starting in the upper left-hand corner, there is that retail space that we discussed. This is facing Mass Ave. We want to make sure that we're activating the ground plane here. And then just to the north of that retail space in the plan is the terrace that has been spoke about. This is publicly accessible. We see that the retail space will begin to spill out into this terrace area or kind of plaza, and then the retail space also informs the street. And then I'll go just to the south of the retail space. This is our main lobby to the building. We have a great deal of relief there and enhanced sidewalks to really denote the entrance to the building. I'll bring you over to the Boston Street side. We're activating the street here with actually a residential program because that's what's contextual on that edge. And you can see that we're beginning to look at not only some facade movement, but to think about stoops and landscape out in front of the building. And then just in the belly of the building is that bike room that I discussed. That's in the green. And this is accessed through a smaller plaza just on the south side. And this has access off of Mass Ave as well. And then as you can see, there's 2 larger trees that are on Boston Street right now, which we're setting far away from, and we're looking to maintain those trees. And then the trees that are on Mass Ave are this new vegetation. Next slide, please. Again, just looking at the plans, I'll move very quickly through these. The upper left-hand corner is the underground parking, 25 parking spaces with actually connection to a parking that's in the project to the north. These parking garages are related to one another, so this project actually has no curb cuts, which is really great. And then moving through the building, you can see the kind of mix of 1s and 2s and duplexes that are sprinkled throughout the project. Next slide, please. Some of the sectional conditions, but I did want to point to the 2 plans on the right-hand side of the page. You'll see that there's amenity space for the tenants on the 6th floor plan, and then this also gives you a sense of the roof plan. All of our mechanical equipment will be screened. You won't be able to see any of that from Edward Everett Square. Next slide, please. Again, just looking at some of those sectional conditions, but we did want to blow the public realm enhancements. So on Mass Ave, there's a collection of additional setbacks, specifically at the lobby and the retail space. And our building actually does terrace back away from the sidewalk. And then on Boston Street, the project is set back over 15 feet from the existing sidewalk line in order to really make some much wider condition in the front yards and make way for some great stoops. Next slide, please. So this is just an image of the Boston Street frontage. Give you a sense of a kind of bay typology, great brickwork, some detailing that we're looking at here, along with give you a kind of a visual for those stoop conditions and the plant life that would exist in those front yards. Next slide, please. A little bit of a zoomed in view of that, and then also giving you some context to illustrate how the project is, again, kind of stitched in on the Boston Street side. Next slide. All right, so I think we learned a lot on the Boston Street side. So we wanted to make sure that although it has two fronts to the project, we didn't want it to feel like two different buildings. So we took a little bit of that same kind of verticality and applied it to the Mass Ave facade. So again, we're using brick, metal. There's some rich detail at the base. And then the building does begin to kind of push back away from the sidewalk as well. Next slide. And I believe this is our last slide. So again, just giving you a sense that on the upper image, that is the retail. It has a kind of covered entry, and then the area just to the left of that is the open plaza. And then in the lower right-hand side, I think it gives you a better sense for how the project kind of meets up with its neighbor and begins to kind of step back as it moves towards Everett Square. That is the slides that we have. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the project. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay. I just wanted to comment that I really liked the kind of two phases of the building and how the angles and the stoops on that side really kind of just, it's new and refreshed, but definitely nods to the rest of that street. So I just think it's cool to have all that in one.
Thank you very much. We're really hoping that both sides get a tremendous activation from our intervention here.
Yeah, no, I see it. Very cool. All right, any further questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, motion is ordered.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Lancemark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, item number 15.
Madam Chair, I'll be recusing myself from this one. Thank you.
Sounds good, thank you. Item number 15. Request authorization to waive further review and approve the proposed institutional master plan notification form pursuant to Article 80D of the zoning code for a renewal of the Tufts Medical Center institutional master plan for 2 years until September 12, 2026, and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you is the Tufts Medical Center Institutional Master Plan for renewal for the years of 2024 through 2026. This is a renewal of the existing IMP that was board approved in July of 2012. At this time, Tufts Medical Center does not anticipate any new institutional projects for the term of the renewed IMP. Furthermore, the review process on the IMP began in August of 2024. Since that time, no comments were received. Now, before I turn it over to Tufts Medical Center, to begin the presentation, I want to say thank you to the elected officials and city agencies who helped review the proposed Tufts Medical Center IMP renewal. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Elizabeth Bonick. I am the Executive Director of Facilities and Support Services here at Tufts Medical Center. Is there a slide presentation? Trust Medical Center is a 415-bed academic medical center. We're located at 800 Washington Street in downtown Boston in Chinatown and the Theater District. We pride ourselves in the sophistication of the care that we provide, but also the compassionate way in which we provide it. In the past year, we have had 17,000 inpatients discharged and approximately 349 outpatient visits. We have about 5,600 TMC employees, 28% of which are residents of Boston. At TMC, there is a sense of connection with coworkers, patients, families, and visitors. Our mission, visions, and values are our guiding light. Together, we bring them to life with our care, our actions, our learning, and our commitment to excellence. Next slide, please. The TMC campus remains unchanged from our 2012 IMP. We have 17 buildings. We are not adding any new land. We are not proposing any changes, which would constitute change in use, dimensional parking, or loading element. The 17 buildings listed here remain consistent with our 2012 IMP. Next slide, please. TMC did not have any large proposed institutional projects in the 2012 IMP. We had our cafe renovation, which expanded hot and cold meal options for patients. We did the dining pavilion enclosure, which allowed 120 seats per dining area. The project provided year-round weather protection for patients, visitors, employees, and families. As an effort to improve wayfinding, we did some renovations to our entrance and lobby, and we continue to do improvements throughout our campus with finishes to really meet the needs of our community. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Our Office of Community Benefits and Community Health Initiatives, CVCHI, coordinates and facilitates a large range of community-oriented activities, promotes collaborative efforts, and provides technical assistance to Trust Medical Center departments in the community health outreach and improvement efforts. More information on our benefits may be found in our FY23 Community Benefits Report. A couple examples are listed there for your use. Next slide. And this is our last slide. So TMC respectfully requests that the BPDA board approve the 2012 TMC IMP for an additional 2-year extension. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, just wanted to make a comment and, and thank you through you to the entire Tufts Medical Center team for playing such an important role in the city of Boston and taking care of our residents, but also just people all over the world. So thank you for your meaningful contributions. And with that, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much. We'll see ya. Okay, item number 16. Request authorization to approve the institutional master plan notification form pursuant to Article 80D of the zoning code for the renewal of the New England Conservatory of Music institutional master plan for 2 years until September 12th, 2026, and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Palomas, and Director Jemison. I'm bringing this action on behalf of Scott Greenhall, Project Manager and Development Review. The proposal before you this evening is the New England Conservatory Institutional Master Plan for renewal for the years of 2024 through 2026. This is a proposed renewal of the existing IMP that was renewed through a board approval in September of 2022. At this time, New England Conservatory does not anticipate any new institutional projects for the term of the renewed IMP. NEC filed IMP&F notifying their intent to renew on July 24th, 2024. The IMP&F was shared with all external and internal stakeholders in the neighborhood, was notified of the filing via email as well as an ad in the Boston Herald dated July 26, 2024. The comment period for this IMP renewal ended August 26, 2024. I will now turn it over to NEC to begin the presentation, after which we will be happy to take any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Michael Antonitis, Executive Director of Strategy and Operations. If you could go to the next slide, please. So NEC features undergraduate and graduate level music training to approximately 780 college students, and our dorm houses approximately 250 students. In addition, NEC provides music education through our preparatory school with on average about 1,500 students from ages 3 to 18. We employ over 400 faculty across our college and expanded education division, as well as over 170 staff members. We offer over 900 free concerts each academic year, and through our community performances and partnerships program have reached over 12,500 individuals last year with our off-campus programming. Our Student Life and Performance Center, which opened in 2017, is a LEED Gold certified building. And while our other 3 buildings range in age from 60 to 100 plus years old, we've been making strategic upgrades to lighting, HVAC controls, composting, recycling systems to make them as efficient as possible. Next slide, please. Just to give you a bit of an orientation, NEC's campus is made up of 4 buildings: Jordan Hall, which is a world-renowned concert hall, a National Historical Landmark located at 290 Huntington Ave, as well as 33 Gainsborough, the Student Life and Performance Center at 255 St. Botolph, and 241 St. Botolph, which houses the majority of our classrooms. Next slide. Our 2012 IMP included 2 projects. The first phase was the building of the Student Life and Performance Center, which was completed in 2017 and houses about 250 students, along with our library, dining commons, and 3 new performance spaces. Phase 2 would introduce a new learning center project on the current 33 Gainsborough Street site. As we work to determine future programming needs that align with our strategic plan, we intend to reassess that project and bring forth objectives during the next 10-year IMP process. As I referenced in the first slide, additional initiatives advanced from the 2012 IMP include implementing green building practices and efficiency upgrades within our existing facilities. Next slide, please. As you can imagine, scholarships are a crucial part in helping NEC pursue our core academic and artistic mission and cultivate our relationship with the community. In the 2023-24 academic year, 774 students received over $17 million in aid, and these students came from 43 states and 28 countries, and this equates to more than 95% of our student body receiving financial aid. Next slide. So as I mentioned, NEC presents more than 900 free concerts to our community, many of them held in Jordan Hall. Since 2019, and through the support of the Mellon Foundation, our preparatory school has hosted the BEAM program, Boston Bridge to Equity and Achievement in Music, with the mission to support young musicians of historically excluded populations who aspire to have careers in classical music. In addition, in the 2023-24 academic year, our CPP program celebrated its 20th year, offering 125 partnerships with schools, senior centers, and more. More than 300 NEC students and alums taught over 1,200 hours, performing at 150 plus events and reaching over 12,000 people. Next slide. In December of 2022, NEC's president, Andrea Kalin, and Boston Mayor Michelle Wu announced a partnership between NEC and the city. The partnership was a result of a $14.5 million grant to NEC from an anonymous foundation and includes increased scholarships to NEC's preparatory school, as well as funding for the expansion of early childhood music education. As part of the launching of this partnership, we hosted a music program last summer on campus to introduce students from the city to music, culminating in a final performance in Jordan Hall. And last fall, we officially launched a 3-year pilot program for early childhood music, which provides weekly musical lessons across 5 sites to nearly 600 students at ABC Head Start and Ellis Early Learning. And we're very excited for that program to continue to grow this year. Next slide. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, I just would comment that it's great to see the work you're doing to engage Boston youth, and really appreciate that element of your programming, and I hope it can continue to expand going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, as do we.
Okay. Additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Awesome. Item number 17. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 8 home ownership units and 16 car parking spaces located at 90 Allendale Street, and to enter into a community benefits agreement and to take all related actions. Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimas and Director Jemison. My name is Michael Sinatra. I am the ombudsman with the Development Review Division. I'm bringing this action on behalf of Scott Greenholm, who's the project manager for the project. The proposed project before you is an Article 80 small located at 90 Allendale Street in West Roxbury. The proposed project comprises the demolition of the existing on-site building and constructing a new residential building comprised of 4 2.5-story townhouses, each containing 2 single-family dwelling units, for a total of 8 homeownership condominiums on the northerly portion of the lot. The southerly portion of the lot will be protected from future development by restrictions to be included in the master deed. The wetland at the rear of the project site made the proposed project subject to the review of the Boston Conservation Commission and the Wetlands Protection Ordinance. The Conservation Commission review is ongoing, and any new suggestions from the Conservation Commission that affect the design of the proposed project shall be considered in design review with staff. The proponent filed a small project review application on April 22nd, 2024. A public meeting was appropriately advertised and held on May 20th, 2024, and the comment period ended on May 31st, 2024. I will now turn it over to Alana Hames from the Planning Division to cover the planning context before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ilana Hames, and I am the planner assigned to this project. The proposed project is located within Article 56, the West Roxbury Neighborhood District, in a single-family residential 1F 8,000 sub-district. While the project is located in the West Roxbury Neighborhood Zoning District, it's considered part of the Jamaica Plain City neighborhood. Use and dimensional regulations are structured to facilitate primarily large lot, single-family residential structures with sizable setbacks on all sides. These regulations are intended to preserve an area of Jamaica Plain and West Roxbury characterized by a healthy, mature tree canopy and open space. The development site is located within 100 feet of parkland and is therefore also subject to Parks Design Review as per City Ordinance 7.4-11. Next slide, please. The Allendale Woods adjacent to the proposed project site are recognized by the Open Space and Recreation Plan as a significant resource for the city, both in terms of environmental benefits and public access to green space. The proposed project aligns with the preservation goals of the Open Space and Recreation Plan with respect to Allendale Woods through its significant conservation of the forested area of this parcel. Planning Department staff recognize that the proposed project's design reflects a balance of policy goals of creation of new housing and conservation of Boston's urban tree canopy through a deed restriction on the rear half of the property. The significant setbacks from the ephemeral stream on the project site also offer the opportunity to preserve potential wetland and riparian vegetation on site. The Open Space and Recreation Plan recognizes that in this area of West Roxbury, there are non-forested wetlands dominated by a diverse collection of native species, such as buttonbush, highbush blueberry, dogwoods, and elderberry, along with an extremely diverse collection of grasses, grass-like plants, and herbs typified by cattails, water willow, pickerel weed, arrow arum, bulrushes, and sedges. Next slide, please. Planning department staff have determined that zoning relief is warranted due to the unique conditions of this site. Excluding the deed restricted area, the balance of the parcel could be subdivided into 5 8,000 square foot lots, the minimum lot size for the sub-district, each with a single family structure totaling no more than 2,400 gross square feet each. A subdivision such as this would yield a use constraint consistent with zoning and an FAR at or under the minimum. However, this would require far more impervious paved area and clear cutting to accommodate access between several subdivided low-density parcels. As proposed, the 8 detached homes on this site share a common driveway paved with permeable pavers and intend to preserve at least half the parcel's protected open space. The proposed use and site design have been reviewed with attention to minimizing mature canopy clear cutting, maximizing permeable surface area, and preserving the character of this area of West Roxbury and Jamaica Plain. After board approval and zoning board of appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the proposed project will continue design review with the planning department. Thank you, and I will turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Oh, John, I think you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Alana, and also thank you, Mike. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Palamas. My name is John Pogini. I'm the zoning counsel on this proposal before you. With me today is the owner of the property, Stefano F. Stratadakis, James DeCoulis, project engineer, Ari DeAngelis, who was the team architect, Katia Pozzolatto, landscape architect, and John Rockwood, who is our wetland consultant. Thank you for allowing us to present this proposal. 90 Allendale is a 2+ acre lot that currently has a single family built upon it. The proponent has lived in this property for approximately 5 years. The proposal calls for the demolition of that single family residence and redeveloping the south portion of the property with 8 housing units that are going to be contained in 4 duplex buildings. The buildings shall be set into the southerly facing hillside in a terrace arrangement to merge into the landscape and allow for a preservation of most of the existing trees on the property. Additionally, as you heard earlier, of the 2 acres, a little over 2 acres, 1.2 acres of this site will now remain in its natural state in perpetuity by placing a deed restriction on this property that can only be changed by the approval of the Conservation Commission. This ensures that this area will remain open space, which will contribute to the preservation of an intermittent stream and surrounding landscape. This project before you started approximately 4 years ago with meetings with the butters as well as community groups and the Friends of Allendale Farms. Throughout the community process, this project has really reduced its footprint, and we initially went from 21 units to the 8 units that are before you this afternoon. Additionally, as Alana stated, by changing from duplexes as opposed to single family, it preserves open space and removes the need for that much asphalt on this property. If we're approved today, we still, as I stated, we have to go through the Conservation Commission. We have gone through a lengthy process with them with third-party reviews, and they feel that the third-party reviewer felt that our proposal complies with all requirements under the wetland ordinance. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ari, who is our team architect, to walk you guys through the plans, and if there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. Thanks again for having us here this afternoon.
Okay, is somebody else on mute or not? There we go. I see you now. Right.
Hi, good afternoon to the board. Sorry, just it was slow getting started here. Just a quick overview on the slides. This is an aerial view of the existing house facing Allendale Street. It's set back about halfway down the slope, fairly close to the intermittent stream. We can proceed to the next slide. And this is an aerial view of our proposed project with our 4 duplex duplex townhouses containing 8 total units, a single common drive coming down the hill. And so we are downhill from Allendale Street. We're on a continuous slope that goes down. Next slide. This is an aerial map of our distance to the Forest Hills T-stop. So it's a 26-minute walk, 1.2 miles. So basically that's just the locus map public transportation. Next slide, please. Another aerial view. This one highlights the intermittent stream that John had spoken about earlier. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but you can see it outlined with black dashed line, and it is coming from a pipe from a retaining wall from the adjacent property, and so it's mostly like a drainage system, but it does create an intermittent stream that has been present for a long time and snakes through the site. So we have a wetland, a buffer, and we are beyond the buffer. So next slide, please. And here is the site plan showing that map, and you can see the relationship of the existing house to the stream. It starts on the left side and continues and exits down on that southeast corner. Next slide. Here are some views of the existing site, some photos. On the far left is the view along Allendale Street at the front. You can see this is right at the driveway entrance where the mailbox is. You can see how quickly the site slopes down from the street. So clockwise from there, this is looking down the driveway, and this is towards the retaining wall on the west side with a 21-inch pipe from which the stream, as it traverses our site, initiates. On the lower right-hand corner is the view from the street looking down into the site. It's a 2-acre site, so it's fairly large. And bottom center is the view looking up at the existing house we're basically in the wetland zone there. Next slide, please. So here's a site plan of our proposed project. There we go. We have our 4 duplex units with 8 dwellings. They are all fronting on the common drive, so they don't front on the street, but they front on the common drive, as you say. So having, for attached dwellings, obviously, as John noted, reduces the amount of paved surfaces that we share a common drive versus having, 8 separate driveways, or however that would work, or a private way going down the center. And so they are on terraces, and so those north of the driveway are higher than those south of the driveway. So next slide, please. Here's a cross-section of the site with Allendale Street just highlighted in the middle where the car is. So as we go down the hill, it just basically illustrates how we are arranged on this hill where the common drive is located between the houses. So it's about 15 feet down at that point, maybe 20 feet. And you can see a relationship to the house across the street, which continues up the hill as the hill on the north side of Allendale Street. So we're much lower than the neighbors on that side. Next slide, please. And this is a landscape plan done by Verdant, our landscape architect, highlighting all the new, the existing is shaded in light green, and all the new plantings shaded in a darker green. So it basically highlights how much we plan to preserve as much as possible on the site. If you have questions on this later, then I believe that Verdant is online and ready to answer any questions on this. Next slide, please. And this is basically a rendering of one of our homes. This is the 92 to 90 unit. It's just characterized by wood cladding on the side, some metal highlighting, it's basically a modern look with corner windows. There might well be some stone around the foundations, and the layered landscaping that surrounds each site, and the way it integrates into the landscape. Vegetation very close to the building, so no clear cutting around it. And it's characterized by gable roofs and balconies and fairly large windows. All will be, complying with our, stretch energy code, so they'll all be very efficient units. Next slide, please. Another view showing this is from the rear of the site, hovering above the wetland area, looking towards Allendale Street. So you can see a staircase as you step down into some open space between the units. You can see the stone foundation I mentioned earlier, and all the layered landscaping and vegetation around it. I'm not sure how many we have left. Next slide, please. And an aerial view, same area, but from higher up. So we have vegetation dividing, between the driveways, between the units. So it's going to be a fairly well planted site. Next slide, please. And a basic summary of the project. So we're aiming for LEED Silver, possibly better. From my understanding, there will be some new appliances, new heat pumps coming online within the next year that will probably be able to allow us to push it higher than LEED Silver. They're talking about 100% efficiency at minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit from the Train Corporation. So we're looking forward to using equipment like that as it comes available. So this will be a forward-looking, technically speaking, project. So, and that's it. If there are any other questions specifically to me or to conservation folks, or for the landscape architect, we are available.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Not a question, just a brief comment. I know this area well. I live very close to it. I run or walk through Allendale Woods, not as often as I should, but on a fairly regular basis. And my deep affinity that I think everyone in Southwest Boston has for that area is precisely why I do support this project in this iteration. I think the team deserves enormous credit for the deed restriction, for the reduction of units, for the attention to really minimizing the protection of the tree canopy as well. I think it's a sharp-looking project, and appreciate the great work that the team has done engaging with the community. As has been said, I'd echo what Councilor Weber said. I know there are other steps happening in the iteration through Concom, through others, and I would just urge you all to continue that good conversations, not only with the butters, but some of the great institutions. You've got the Spring House, the Faulkner, Allendale Farm itself, in very close proximity. So I know that will continue, and appreciate the good work ethic. These are never easy conversations to have. But I think you all deserve credit for really engaging with folks and trying to find some common ground, and it's a better project as a result.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments? I do have a couple questions. So this is more just in related to some of the opposition feedback. If around traffic, and then around the impacts on the wildlife. We want to just, because we got comments on that, would like just to have the proponent shed some additional feedback on how you responded to that.
Sure. So as we stated earlier, Madam Chair, we had gone through a very lengthy community process, and as I'm going to say Councilor O'Malley, as Board Member O'Malley stated, it had drastically decreased. So what we did, I'm going to address the open space because I think that's the more concern for everybody here. Move the whole project to the front. That was able to, so we're able to, the property that abuts the urban wild is now open space that will remain such. So we were able to do that, and obviously by using townhouses instead of single-family homes, it allowed for more opportunity to increase the open space as well. With respect to parking, or traffic, I don't really see, and I think everybody on this board has seen enough projects to realize that 8 units of housing are really not going to have any impact whatsoever on any sort of traffic. I mean, you're talking about, if someone to do a traffic study on this, I would probably be 1 or 2 cars an hour during peak time. So the real concern I think that we were hearing, and the reason why, when we had reduced it to 14, some of the neighbors were like, okay, that's reasonable, can you move it to the front? And then, Stefano decided he's living on the property, and he was, hosting these people at his house, having a glass of wine, walking the property and taking a look at it, and decided at that point, he realized that it is a gem, it's a beautiful piece of property, and the way to preserve that would be to reduce the density, and that's where we ended up where we are today.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, item number 18. Request authorization to approve the proposed institutional master plan notification form for a renewal of the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences institutional master plan for 2 years until September 12th, 2026, and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polms, and Director Jemison. I'm bringing this action on behalf of Scott Greenhall, Project Manager in Development Review. The proposal before you this evening is the MCPHS University, formerly known as Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences, Institutional Master Plan for renewal for the years of 2024 through 2026. This is a proposed renewal of the existing IMP that was board approved in July of 2014. At this time, MCPHS does not anticipate any new institutional projects for the proposed term of the renewed IMP. MCPHS filed an IMP&F notifying of their intent to renew on July 23rd, 2024. The IMP&F was shared with you. External stakeholders in the neighborhood was notified of the filing via email, as well as an ad in the Boston Herald dated July 24th, 2024. The comment period of this IMP renewal ended August 2023, 2024, I will now turn it over to MCPHS to begin the presentation, after which we will be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tyler. Thank you, Chairwoman and other members of the board. Keith Bellucci, Chief Financial Officer for Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences, our legal name MCPHS University. We've been incorporated and in operation for 201 years. We have very strong relationships with all of our neighbors in the community. And we house approximately 720 students on the Boston campus. We have 691 full-time faculty and staff, 86 of whom are Boston residents. That's approximately 12%. We have, as shown on the slide here, we have 4 buildings. Benellario, George Herbert White, the Patrick Perry building, A, B, and C, which are all integrated. The primary footprint, and we're right next door to Boston Latin School, and we're on the corner of Palace Road and Longwood Avenue. We're directly across the street from Mass College of Art and Design, and on the front side, directly across the street from Harvard Dental School. And the Griffin building is on the Missionville side of the track. We've had, back one slide, please. I think we skipped, yeah, thank you. In terms of our community impacts, We have, every year we have at least 2,000 students on clinical rotations embedded in many healthcare institutions throughout Boston. And they have community service requirements, spending thousands of hours assisting Boston residents with immunizations, dental screenings, and other healthcare services. We also lead and administer a pharmacy outreach program that services over 10,000 Massachusetts residents annually with prescription consultations and other healthcare-oriented assistance, definitely including Medicare and Medicaid assistance for all of those programs. On sustainability side, we're running a cogeneration plant, which is very energy efficient in terms of that electricity generation to reduce carbon footprint. As we go through our equipment upgrades, we're always making very energy conscious decisions. We've spent $2.5 million in the last year with magnetic centrifugal chillers on top of the Fennel building, which are very leading edge energy efficiency. So we feel confident with the path that we're on in terms of increasing our sustainability and our environmental sensitivity. Next slide, please. And one more, because we covered that. Our history, we were approved in 2014. We did not have any projects to propose, and we don't have any projects to propose now that are on the table. We had an amendment in 2017, which we completed, and before the board today is our 2-year extension request through September 12th of 2026. And we have no proposed projects at this time. Next slide, please. And these are just a highlight of some of the community benefits, 2 of them which I spoke to already, but Biodiversity for the underwriter and provider of the educational programming for the Biodiversity Project, which is in Dorchester, which provides free of cost training and education to all students, preparing them for life science careers in the healthcare space. And in closing, we are committed, our mission statement is to furthering a healthier, more equitable world. We graduate over 2,000 healthcare professionals annually. We're the largest school of pharmacy in the world. We have the largest physician assistant program in the world. We have the Forsyth School of Dental Hygiene, which was the original, the first really of its kind in the early 1900s, which merged with us in 2002, and they had been further down on Principal Avenue. Then we have one of the largest schools of sonography in the country. And we're very proud of the mid-level healthcare practitioners that we graduate that make a difference and really fit well into the efforts that are certainly city-centric to Boston, but New England nationwide for reducing the cost of healthcare by empowering level practitioners to do more, serve patients. That's what we're doing. Right? That's for questions.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, well, I mean, we've had the privilege of hearing from a lot of our institutions, and again, want to extend our thanks and appreciation to MCPHS and the services that you provide not only to our community, but training that you provide to students and to be a part of our healthcare ecosystem locally and globally. So just wanted to make those remarks. And there are no other questions. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Have a great year. Okay. Let's see. Let's get one more in. All right, item number 19. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 40 residential home ownership units, including 7 IDP units, community and commercial spaces, 25 car parking spaces, and 56 bicycle spaces located at 819 Cummings Highway, and to enter into an affordable housing agreement to take all related actions. Camille.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Paul Hemus. My name is Camille Platt, and I'm the project manager for the proposed project at 819 Cummins Highway in Mattapan before you today. The proposed project is located within walking distance of Mattapan Square along the evolving Cummins Highway corridor. The project will front along Cummins Highway at the intersection of Hollingsworth Street and combine 4 existing parcels under common ownership, comprising approximately 19,491 square feet of currently vacant land. The proposed project consists of about 46,996 square feet of GFA and will create 40 homeownership units. 7 of those units will be designated as income restricted, giving the project an affordability rate of 17.5%. The ground level will include amenities such as a community room, a fitness center, and the retail space at the corner of Cummins and Hollingsworth will be an amenity for the broader community. The proposed project will also include 25 on-site vehicle parking spaces, as well as a minimum of 46 interior covered and secured resident bike parking spaces. The proposed project will also align with and augment the City of Boston's Cummins Highway Capital Improvement Project, which began construction this year in 2024. The Article 80 process began in January of 2024, and since then, the project has evolved to meet existing neighborhood contexts with the help of full staff and community feedback, including community groups. I'd like to thank the Mattapan community, elected officials, and staff who have participated in the Article 80 process to guide it to what it is before you today. And now I'll turn it over to Alana Hames to walk us through the planning context. Thank you.
Thanks, Camille. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Paul Hemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ilana Hames, and I am the planner assigned to this project. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located in the Mattapan Neighborhood District in an S1 subdistrict. New zoning was adopted in February 2024, converting the former 2-family residential 2F4000 subdistrict under Article 60 to updated squares and streets zoning per Article 26 of the Boston Zoning Code. While this project was filed under the former 2-family residential zoning, it has been reviewed in the context of squares and streets and recommendations per Plan Mattapan to reflect the evolving context of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. The proposed project is contextually aligned with the local planning initiative for the neighborhood. Plan Mattapan, adopted in May 2023, identifies Cummins Highway as a major thoroughfare through the neighborhood. The plan recommends expanding multifamily zoning along the extent of the identified corridors, including the area of the proposed development site for this project, in order to locate more people closer to public transit and other amenities. The proposed project at 819 Cummins Highway is situated between an existing node at Mattapan Square and a planned future node at the intersection of Cummins Highway and Greenfield Street envisioned by the plan. The proposed project's scale, use mix, and contribution to neighborhood walkability are consistent with the plan's recommendations for Mattapan Square. Plan Mattapan draws on elements of the Fairmount Indigo Corridor Planning Initiative. Of particular relevance to the proposed project is the Blue Hill Avenue Cummins Highway Station Area Plan, which emphasizes the vitality of Mattapan Square, improvements to neighborhood walkability, development of the commuter rail station as a gateway, and maintaining diversity and community. The station area plan focuses on the 1/2 mile radius surrounding the Blue Hill Avenue commuter rail station. And goals from this plan for the area surrounding the proposed development site include to, quote, invite mixed income and mixed use redevelopment near the station and to rebalance streetscape and sidewalks for pedestrians. The initiatives in Go Boston 2030 and Imagine Boston 2030 further support the pedestrian and transit-oriented initiatives addressed in city planning and in this development proposal to increase density and housing availability around transit corridors and community commercial districts. Next slide, please. There's no existing crosswalk striping across Hollingsworth Street at Cummins Highway. Plan Mattapan recommends the additional crosswalk safety measures be taken along Cummins Highway, including at the noted location. This is reinforced as this area has been identified as one of the proposed locations for new or enhanced crosswalks in the Blue Hill Avenue Cummins Highway Station Area Plan section of the Fairmount Indigo Corridor Plan. Safety concerns such as this are addressed in the proponent's proposal and further addressed in the Boston Transportation Department's plan for the reconstruction of Cummins Highway that Camille noted. The reconstruction plan for this year intends to rebuild the street, including sidewalks, curbs, streetlights, traffic signals, road pavement, and replace or update utilities as necessary from Fairway Street near Blue Hill Avenue, west to the Harvard Avenue and Wood Avenue intersection. Next slide, please. The City of Boston Climate Action Plan, the Urban Forest Plan, and Heat Resilience Solutions for Boston collectively identify Mattapan as having above average tree canopy coverage in the city, despite the lack of trees on both Hollingsworth Street and Cummins Highway. Land use patterns in Mattapan increase the vulnerability of the neighborhood to the effects of extreme heat resulting from climate change. These planning initiatives recognize that much of Mattapan's heat stress is a result of high rates of single occupancy vehicle commuters. Opportunities exist to improve the comfort level of travel to and from transit hubs through the addition of street trees for sidewalk shading along major routes such as Cummins Highway. The proposed project responds to these opportunities through the addition of these street trees along the frontage of the property, along with a variety of small shrubs in the open space at Cummins Highway in the front of the proposed building. As demonstrated by this analysis table, retail use is forbidden by the two-family residential zoning context of the proposed development site. Other proposals for this project, such as the dimensions for height and FAR, are also restricted by the former zoning context. However, corresponding to the needs of the Fairmount Indigo Corridor Planning Initiative and Plan Mattapan and the recent rezoning efforts through squares and streets for increased access to amenities and housing within short distances of transit hubs, it's recommended that the proposed development be able to move forward with zoning relief with retail space at the site to activate the ground floor of the structure. This project is representative of the opportunities for increased housing at these transit nodes presented by the Squares and Streets zoning articles recently adopted for this area of Mattapan. After board approval and zoning board of appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the proposed project will continue design review at the planning department. Thank you, and I will turn it over to the development team to present this project in more detail.
Thank you, Alana and Camille. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Jameson, and thank you, Director Jameson, for your service to our city. My name is Mike Ross. On behalf of the developer, Sath Sa, and our architect, Eric Zackerson, who you'll hear from in a moment, thank you for having us here today. We are excited to present this 40-unit home ownership ground floor cafe or retail on a corner lot alongside the MBTA commuter rail and closest to the Blue Line station in Mattapan, a project with 17.5% IDP. As you can see here from these current condition photographs, this is a vacant lot with various topographical challenges, but working with staff and with the broader community, we were able to get a project that works in this space. Next slide, please. This three-dimensional drawing really highlights the challenges of the site conditions. Here you have the train tracks following the western side of the building, wherein the building has been stepped back 10 feet from our property line to meet the right-of-way needs of the MBTA. Along the front of the building, you have an open and generous plaza area within the property's footprint that relates to the newly redesigned, currently under construction Cummings Highway plan was just mentioned. And along the back or southern edge of the building, along a sloping topography at that, the building steps back to meet the height of our smaller multifamily neighbors along Hollingsworth Street to fit in with the neighborhood. So here to walk you through that building in greater detail is Eric Zackerson, and I'll be available for additional questions should you have any. And thank you again for having us all here today. Eric, next slide, please.
Thank you, Mike. So in this plan, Clemens Highway is on the right side of the drawing, and Hollingsworth Street is on the bottom, and the MBTA's Fairmont line is across the top of the page. So you can see how this site, these 4 lots that will be combined, is surrounded by those 3 lines. And then we have multifamily residential on the left side of the page as you continue down Hollingsworth. On this site plan, you see the plaza that Mike had mentioned along Cummins Highway, which provides open space related to the uses inside the building. And starting at the upper right, there is access to a bike storage. There is then, just below that on the page, the access to the lobby. Next to the lobby is an amenity space for the building, a community room that would be adjacent to the plaza and looking out onto Cummins Highway. And then below that, at the bottom right corner, is that 2,000 square foot retail space that would be a community amenity, and we're hoping to be able to activate a portion of that plaza. And then across, as you continue down the hill, down Hollingsworth Street, there is an access to parking kind of as far from the intersection as possible. And so at that lower left side, you see the 25 parking spaces that have been discussed. Next slide, please. On the levels above, in the upper right, you see that levels 2 and 3 wrap around a courtyard that would exist on the second floor as an outdoor amenity, a front yard, as it were, for common use for people in the building. And that is wrapped by the 12 units on both levels 2 and 3. And then above that, on level 4, we would begin to step back on the left side. So you would see in the lower left, you see how the building begins to step away from the neighbors on Hollingsworth Street. So we have 10 units on that floor. And then on the top floor of the building, level 5, which is the bottom right drawing, we have 6 units, but we also have a second outdoor community space. And so this would have some views of the city and surrounding neighborhood, providing a second outdoor amenity for the residents to use. Next slide. And then this drawing shows on the very right-hand side of the drawing is Cummins Highway. This is the elevation along, if you're standing on Hollingsworth looking back at the building. You can see how the 5-story volume is pushed to Cummins Highway side, to the denser portion. And on the left side, we've reduced it to 3 stories so that it steps down to respect the triple deckers to our left. On the lower right of this drawing, you see the retail space, and on the lower left, you see the park, the area. Next slide. And then this is a section cut through to show the MBTA line on the left, and how that courtyard space on level 2 would be surrounded by 3 stories, but open to the street, surrounded on 3 sides, but open to the street on the right. So on the right-hand side of the drawing is Hollingsworth, and that sits above the retail and parking. Next slide. Then we have a few images to kind of get the feel of the building. This is that second-story courtyard that we were just talking about, and the idea is that this would be a somewhat protected outdoor amenity. And then up on the roof, we would have that second outdoor roof deck. So in theory, you could have a party in both, in either, or you could more likely, most of the time, it would be broken down into small groups for smaller gatherings, or just individuals to enjoy the outdoor space. And then I believe that is it for my part for the presentation. Oh, and then there's one more rendering of Cummins Highway looking at that courtyard space. And on the left, you see the second floor outdoor courtyard, and how that breaks up the mass of the building as you come down Hollingsworth Street. And next slide. I believe that's it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Does that conclude the presentation?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, great. Questions or comments from the board? Well, I have a comment. I'd just like to really see us, it was fun to kind of check some of the items off of our more recent plans, Plan Mattapan, and kind of our first squares and streets zoning modifications that we made. So, you know, crosswalk, but crosswalk. And we're getting these things done. So it's really nice to kind of see that so close together. What else? Again, always amazed with the ways you manage to deal with our hilly topography. And again, still, and really maximize the space that we have there. And very excited for the 7 IDP home ownership units and accomplishing those goals that we have here in the city, but specifically in Mattapan. So, all right, I think if there are no questions or comments.
Very briefly, Madam Chair, just a
please.
great job by the team, great engagement with the community. I know this area well, I feel like I'm going to say that a lot, but it's a nice looking thing. It's great to see hitting nearly 18% IDP, and appreciate the really robust community process and the intentional focus on growing the tree canopy and making sure that there are outdoor spaces for families.
Here. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you all.
Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Secretary Polhemus, should we start another one or take our 5-minute break and then start at 5:40?
Let's take our 5-minute break.
Okay, we're going to take our 5-minute break, everyone, and we'll be back at 5:40 to start the public hearing portion of the meeting. Thanks. Right, okay. So this is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80D-9.2 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed First Amendment to the Berkeley 2022 through 2024 Institutional Master Plan. This hearing was duly advertised on August 20th, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time, so if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Nick Carter, will you please begin the presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Penis, and Director Jemison. I'm here before you this evening to present the First Amendment to the Berklee College of Music Institutional Master Plan. This amendment will add the building located at 1249 Boylston Street to the IMP map for Berkeley. Berkeley will use this space as much needed office and classroom space and retain the ground floor retail space at this location. No other changes are proposed at this time. I will now turn to Jason McDonald from our zoning compliance team to take you through the planning context for this project before the Berkeley team takes you through the project itself.
Pardon me for the interruption, Madam Chair. I should have announced earlier I will be recusing myself from this as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Next slide, please. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Jason McDonald. I'm a planner with the planning review team assigned to this project. The 1249 Boylston Street IMP amendment for Berkeley College seeks to include the aforementioned address as new lease space in their IMP. This would be the first amendment to their IMP, which was implemented in 2022. The 1249 Boylston Street is presently a 3-story, 54-foot tall building with approximately 40,110 square feet of space. The proponent is intended to renovate the building, restoring 1,800 square feet of the ground floor for retail space while converting the balance of its lease area to classrooms, dance studios, and accessory uses for the planned spaces. Next slide, please. The building is at a corner lot in the Fenway neighborhood at the intersection of Boylston and Ipswich Streets. It directly abuts a neighboring building on Boylston Street of similar height. In the rear, there is an alley for service use. The building is presently vacant with former retail use on the ground floor and former office use in the upper and basement floors. Next slide, please. The building is adjacent to 55 bus service from West Fenway to Copley, which provides direct connection to other Berkeley buildings. It is a 0.5 miles walk to Lansdowne commuter rail stop and 0.6 miles to the Kenmore bus station and Green Line service. Next slide, please. The proposed project would not make any dimensional changes to the building. Zoning change is requested for change in use only. North Boylston NS2 zoning only allows for educational use in upper floors of any building. The proposed IMP amendment would make educational use compliant on any level. The proposed project is located in the Groundwater Conservation Overlay District. The purpose of this overlay is to prevent the deterioration of groundwater levels. All projects proposing substantial rehabilitation, paving, new extensions, or construction in this overlay are subject to a conditional use permit and review by the Boston Water and Sewer Commission. Thank you, and now I will turn over to Berkeley to present.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, everyone. My name is Caitlin Passafero, and I serve as Chief of Staff and Vice President of Community and Government Relations at Berkeley College of Music. I am joined this evening by my colleague, Erin McCabe, Vice President of Facilities, and Jessica Wall, our counsel on this project from Anderson Krieger. As noted, we are here before you tonight to discuss the IMP amendment for a leased property at 1249 Boylston Street, containing approximately 40,000 square feet of space. Prior to getting into project specifics, a little bit about Berkeley. Located in the Fenway and Back Bay neighborhoods of the city, Berkeley is the premier institute of music and performing arts with campus locations in Valencia, Spain, Abu Dhabi, New York City, with our home base, of course, being the city of Boston. On our Boston campus, we currently educate approximately 5,900 undergraduate and graduate students. Beyond educating our current student population, a core part of our mission is supporting music and arts in K through 12. As part of this work, we serve over 1,000 Boston Public School students each year through various programs. Additionally, we deem it a responsibility as a cultural institution to bring experiences to residents of Boston where they live. Therefore, through partnerships with city departments such as the Boston Parks Department, we put on over 60 free concerts in almost every neighborhood of Boston each year. These partnerships are what make Berkeley a thriving community, and we look forward to continuing them. Next slide, please. Just a brief update, the last time we were at the board, as noted, was back in 2022 for the project that was a new dormitory at 12 Hemingway Street. I'm happy to report that that building opened to 114 students this past January of 2024. And as part of that project, we are continuing our commitment and we'll be releasing a second round of grants totaling $25,000 for beautification projects in the Fenway this fall. This is part of a continued promise that Berkeley has made to the community. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Erin McCabe, to provide an update on the projects, to provide more details on the specific 1249 project.
Thank you, Caitlin. Next slide, please. So we wanted to point out where the property is located at 1249 Boylston Street. It's about 10 minutes from the core campus at the intersection of Mass Ave and Boylston Street. So about a 10-minute walk from our core campus. The location at the corner of Boylston and Ipswich Street provides a gateway down Ipswich Street with Boston Arts Academy on the right, and further down 132 Ipswich Street, an existing Berkeley building that services dance program already. As previously mentioned, the 3-story leased building includes 4 levels, and on the second and third floor, Berkeley plans on adding roughly 9 general classrooms and 5 dance studios. This space was previously leased to Brigham and Women's, and the first floor space, which will continue to be open to the public, was previously leased to CVS Pharmacy. As previously mentioned, the building's been vacant for over a year now, and Berkeley intends to use the space, again, as I mentioned, for general classroom use, and first floor provide public food service for about 1,800 square feet. Under the zoning right. Berkeley's still reviewing options for third-party lease or to operate the space through our food service vendor, Aramark. Signage for the building is also intended to be in line with as-of-right zoning. The improvements are estimated around $10 million, so Berkeley plans and is actively working on complying with the groundwater conservation requirements. In addition, the landlord, Samuels and Associates, is planning to improve the front entrance, renovating the existing ramps to make the building more accessible. And next slide, please. Construction's expected to take about 8 months. We hope to start in December. These are some renderings from the architect Gensler that give sort of a look of and feel of what Berkeley would like to provide to our students. That open entranceway on the lower right, and just some circulation space and opportunities for students to collaborate and meet, the type of use that's limited here on the existing Berkeley campus. Next slide. So that concludes our presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. So as this is a public hearing, we will do questions from the public first, and then we'll move into board questioning. So Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Yes. W. Watson, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. Your hand was up.
We saw it lowered. I just wondered that meant. Thank you.
Yep. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Mina Perez representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of union carpenters, I want to go in strong support of Berkeley School of Music. This is a great institution where carpenters, we had beneficiary of for many job opportunities. Berkeley has always done the right thing by the working class people, and for that we are greatly appreciative, and all our Boston residents are in strong support of this project.
Thank you, Minor. Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, my name is Shaitan Green, business agent with the Boston Building Trades Unions, also a resident, Boston resident, and I want to thank the board for facilitating these meetings. It's super important for community voice to always be shared. So I want to give thanks to Berkeley College of Music for the great relationship and continued partnership. Always invested into communities, always uplifting worker standards. And for that, I support this project. It'll be an awesome project. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaitan. If anybody else would like to testify about this project, please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Great. Do we have?
We have one more. We'll take. Okay. Oh, it went down. Okay. Greg McCarthy, you can unmute yourself.
I thought you had wrapped that one up. I was just raising my hand up to get changed to a panelist for Albany Street and Portland Street.
Okay. All right, we'll take care of you in a minute.
Okay.
Apologies.
No worries. All right, do we have any questions or comments from the board? Again, would like to take this opportunity to, to thank you for all the contributions that you made to the city of Boston and to our community in providing us music to enjoy, but also instruction to our children. All of that is, is and it has been life-changing to so many. Thanks for all you did to contribute to my playlists with some great artists coming out of Berkeley. Two of my faves, Juan Luis Guerra and Esperanza Spalding, always in that my favorite loop. So, it brings me joy, but I know you bring a lot of people joy, and so do your students. So with that, if there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck.
And thank you very much.
Keep up the great work. Okay. Let's move on to the next item. Item number 24, which is 500 Huntington Street. Do I have any recusals from board members before we get started?
I will be recusing myself.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Landsmark. Okay, so I will, this item was previously tabled, so we will read in the interpreters and then kind of go through the next steps of bringing this item back on the table and going from there. Okay. So, simultaneous Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish interpretations are being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you please be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation services have been translated into Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear on the bottom of your Zoom screen. Also, an important reminder to all who are speaking today, we ask that you please speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too fast, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak more slowly so that the translator can catch up with your information. So thanks in advance. To enable interpretation for Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen now and select the language you wish to listen to. You must also mute original audio. Okay, Tina, will you now please interpret the instructions I just gave into Mandarin?
Thank you. 大家好，我是您的普通话翻译。今天我跟浩然一起做您的普通话的翻译。那么我们一会儿呢，翻译功能会打开。今天的翻译有普通话、粤语、西班牙语，我们是同声传译。然后他们一会儿启动这个翻译功能之后，你会在你的平台的底部看到一个地球图标，然后这个图标出来之后，你可以就选择普通话或者是广东话。那么这个如果是您是用手机上线的话，请你按那个你的屏幕右下角的3个点，然后出来这个地球仪之后，你再选择相应的语言。那么这个至于他们今天的发言人，如果您也要发言的话，那你请你讲话的时候放慢您的语速，这样我们翻译员可以完整准确的帮您翻译过来。翻译的讲的特快的话，他们会打断您，要求您放慢语速，然后方便我们译员能够跟上。您用了这个翻译的功能，它其中有一项叫需要静音，你可以把那个原始音频静音掉，这样你就只听到翻译。Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Tina. Now, Zifeng, will you now please interpret the instructions I just gave into Cantonese?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. 大家好，我係今晚大家嘅廣東話翻譯。咁今晚我同阿鐘咧會為大家提供同聲嘅廣東話嘅翻譯。咁我哋今晚咧又係同時翻譯成普通話啦、普通話啦、廣東話啦同埋西班牙語。咁我哋一陣間開啟呢一個同聲傳譯頻道嘅時候咧，請大家喺呢個 Zoom 嘅屏幕嘅下方咧點擊地球儀嘅標誌，點入去之後咧你就可以揀呢個 Cantonese 嘅頻道。如果你係用手機或者平板電腦上網咧，你需要點擊屏幕下方嘅3個點寫住更多，點入去呢個語言設置，然後再選呢個 Cantonese 嘅頻道。同時咧，你可以選擇咧係將原聲靜音，咁樣咧你就唔會聽到原聲嘅英文咧係干擾你聽我哋嘅翻譯㗎啦。OK， 咁一陣間喺頻道入邊見啦。Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Juan, will you now please interpret the instructions I just gave into Spanish?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Bernal, Spanish and Portuguese interpreter. Will be providing interpretation in Spanish. Muy buenas noches para todos. El servicio de interpretación simultánea está siendo ofrecido en mandarín, cantonés y español. Utilizando la función de interpretación de idiomas vía Zoom, les pedimos por favor que sean pacientes en caso de presentarse algún problema de tipo técnico. El acceso a la interpretación no será habilitado hasta que se den las instrucciones de cómo accesar los servicios de interpretación. Una vez activada la función de interpretación, el icono de un globo aparecerá en la parte inferior derecha de sus pantallas. Es importante también recordarle a todas las personas que vayan a presentar el día de hoy que no hablen muy rápido para poder asistir a los intérpretes. En caso contrario, se tendrá la oportunidad de interrumpirlos para que los intérpretes puedan ir al tanto de la interpretación. Para habilitar la interpretación en mandarín, cantonés y español, por favor haga un clic en el globo en la parte inferior derecha de sus pantallas y seleccione español como su idioma de preferencia. Debe poner en mute el audio original para participar activamente de esta reunión. Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Juan. And Ani, will you now please activate the interpretation function? And we'll allow people a few minutes to, or a few seconds to join. You can see now the interpretation globe is on the bottom of the screen, and you can click there to select your language. Okay, Secretary Polhemus, do we have the language channels working?
They're working.
Great, thank you. If you're having any difficulty activating the interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties with the translation later in the meeting, you can call that same number, and we have interpreters available to assist you over the phone. Okay. So as mentioned before, we held a public hearing in the last meeting for this item, and we tabled it. So now to resume conversation on it, I need a motion to move this item from the table onto today's agenda.
So moved.
Second. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye. Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, so this is a public hearing for the proposed development plan for planned development area number 93, 500 Huntington Avenue, and to consider the project as a development impact project, which was scheduled to be held on August 15th, 2028 at 5:30 p.m. I moved, I think that was supposed to be 2024. So I moved and the board voted to table the proposed actions for further considerations, and we are now back here. So this is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80A-2, Section 80B-5, and Section 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the proposed development plan for planned development area 93, 500 Huntington Avenue, and to consider the proposed project, and to consider the project as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on August 21st, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. I would like to acknowledge that at the last meeting, we did complete the public comment portion of this proposed items at the board meeting. So there will be no further public comments today at this hearing. We will now hear a statement from the planning department staff and then turn to questions from the board before proceeding. So Stephen.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jamison. My name is Stephen Harvey, and I am the Senior Project Manager at the City of Boston Planning Department. Thank you for your time today. The proposal I bring before you for consideration is a proposed first amendment to the development plan for planned development area PDA number 93 and proposed Article 80B large project at 500 Huntington Ave, located at 500 Huntington Ave in Mission Hill. As you know, after a full presentation by staff and the proponent last month, there remains some outstanding concerns and the item was tabled. Since the August board meeting, staff has worked closely with the development team to address all concerns, especially concerns of the Museum of Fine Arts MFA. The 500 Huntington Ave team provided, to their best ability, all the information that we and the MFA requested. Most recently, the MFA has indicated to us that they are grateful for the collaboration and support the project and look forward to continuing their ongoing dialogue with the development team. In addition to the MFA's feedback, the proposal has received support from District Councilor Sharon Durkin and at-large City Councilor Henry Santana, both of which we are thankful for. Having now addressed concerns, our confidence in the proposal has only grown, and we bring it before you once again for consideration. As stated, a vote supporting the proposal would grant the First Amendment to the 2013 Planned Development Area PDA Planned Development Plan via Article 80C, and would also allow the proponent to construct the proposal via Article 80B after completing design review. Donald Johnson and the 500 Huntington Ave team are available for questions, as well as planning department staff. With that said, thank you once again for your time today.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions or comments from the board? Okay, I just want to make a comment and thank the development team and Stephen and our team internally for the additional time and care that you took to resolve these items, and the time and care that I know you will provide going forward during construction, as we as we make improvements to that area of the city, and create all the exciting opportunities for both the public and the future tenants and residents there, while also protecting some of our most precious artifacts of art from around the world. So again, just really appreciative of the additional time and care that you took to resolve these matters. So if there are no further questions or comments from the board, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair proudly votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm recusing for this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bennett. Okay, we're going to move on to the third public hearing, item number 25. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80D-5.4 and 80D-9 of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the proposed Fifth Amendment to the Boston College Institutional Master Plan. This hearing was duly advertised on August 20th, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. And if you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Mr. Carter, will you now please begin the presentation?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhinas, and Director Jemison. I'm here before you tonight to present the Fifth Amendment to the BC Institutional Master Plan. The amendment, along with associated small project known as the Catholic Religious Archive, will expand the project from what was previously described in the IMP as a small addition to the theology and ministry libraries to the state-of-the-art space to meet the growing need of religious archives across the country as they close their doors, to house and study their collections. No other changes to the IMP are proposed. Before I turn to our planning staff and the BC team, I want to acknowledge the letter of support we received this afternoon. State Representative Honan and State Representative Moran. Jason McDonald from our zoning compliance team will now take you through the planning context.
Next slide, please. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Jason McDonald. I am a planner with the planning review team assigned to this project. Boston College seeks to build a new Catholic archives facility as an addition to an existing theology library. The building will be 45,000 square feet of gross floor area at 2 stories, 55 feet of height. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located in the Brighton campus of the school, governed by Boston College Institutional Master Plan, IMP zoning. The existing IMP was approved by the BRA in 2009. In 2013, the IMP was renewed for 4 years and then again was renewed in 2017. for 4 years. In 2021, it was renewed for 2 years, and most recently in 2023, it was renewed for another 2-year period through October 14th, 2025. The project would be a small amendment to the existing IMP. Next slide, please. The existing IMP identifies the location of the proposed project as a site for future library storage. Staff have determined that the proposed use is well aligned with the intended use described by the site's existing IMP zoning. The existing IMP describes a storage facility on this site as a 40-foot, 14,000 square foot addition to the existing library. Proposed project dimensions have increased to 55 feet and 44,000 square feet. The proposed dimensions would facilitate new storage demands of the library and achieve program goals of the school outlined in the purpose of the IMP, while having minimal impact on the surrounding context. Parking requirements will be satisfied by 2 new accessible parking spaces, 2 service parking spaces, and a loading area in front of the entrance to the proposed project. Thank you, and I will now turn over to Boston College for a more detailed description.
Thank you. Director Jameson, Chair Rojas, Executive Secretary Polhemus, members of the board. My name is Tom Keaty. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Community Affairs at Boston College. And we are here to present our Religious Archives building tonight. It was approved in 2009 as part of the institutional master plan. The area circled in red, if we could pull up that last slide, I believe, Nick. There you go. Shows the location of a 14,000 square foot library storage facility on our Brighton campus. The Catholic Religious Archives project is consistent with the plan for its use and location. We are before the board tonight seeking an amendment to the IMP due to an increase in square footage to 45,000 square feet to house documents, artwork, and artifacts from 30 Catholic religious orders that have closed or are closing across the U.S. and Canada. I would like to turn over our presentation to David Whitehill from Shepley Bullfinch to do our presentation.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks to Director, Madam Chair, and the board for being here tonight. As Tom said, this is on the Brighton campus, so north of Common Ave, on the Brighton campus, next to the St. John's Seminary. And yeah, go ahead to the next slide. There's some photos here. The site lies along Lake Street. These are the views from on the upper left side. This is the view from the driveway entrance from Lake Street up the hill towards the existing Theology and Ministry Library, which is sort of that shadowy thing behind the trees. And then along Lake Street, there's some significant grade here, so you'd be looking up the site from Lake Street. And then on the bottom right, this is the view along an existing service drive which this project will be widening and bringing up to fire code to provide emergency access to this part of campus. Go ahead. So as was mentioned previously, this building is connected to the Theology and Ministry Library. There's a fair amount of existing processing and storage space within the library, the existing theology library that this building will be connecting to. The new facility is a storage facility that is what we call closed storage, which means that the items in this archive will only be accessed by staff. So patrons who want to access these materials will come to the library, the existing Theology and Ministry Library, and items will be paged by staff out of the new archive into a reading room, which would be within the existing building. You can see on the bottom right side, the bottom left side, sort of mock-up aerial showing the relative size of this building. The height is roughly equivalent to the height of the existing theology library. So as we said earlier, this is a 45,000 square foot gross square foot building. There's 2 floors of collection space. The lower level of storage connects to the existing building, and this is an all-electric building, and the infrastructure to support those systems is in a partial basement that takes advantage of the slope of the site to tuck under the storage space. Go ahead. This is the primary level of the building that connects to the Theology and Ministry Library. There's a small loading zone to accept deliveries or outgoing materials and access to the accessible parking. The all-electric systems are in this partial basement down below, and then the small service yard to the north of the site. And the collections are on 2 levels. The second level above us looks substantially the same as this one. Due to the sensitive nature of the materials, all of the infrastructure is separated from the collections space to minimize any risk to these irreplaceable collections. Go ahead. This is a building with no windows in any of the collections areas. The windows are an insulation problem, and light itself actually is a risk to the collections. So we looked elsewhere on campus to bring some character to this building. We found the arched windows is a unifying theme among a variety of styles and age of buildings around the Brighton campus, as well as on the main campus of Boston College. And we brought that in as a design motif into the new design. Next slide. The existing Theology and Ministry Library is a Brutal's building from the 1960s. Has a variety of concrete shades, and we picked a concrete color, or 2 different concrete finish colors that are related but a little bit brighter than the existing concrete on the Theology and Ministry Library, so that they sort of go together, but we want to brighten up the look of things a little bit. And on the next slide, you see some renderings from different angles of what this will look like. On the upper left side, you can see from sort of the interior of campus, from the east side looking at the sort of broad east faces of the 2 buildings. As you can see, it's a highly treed site, and we're making every effort to keep most of those trees. The connector, you can see on the upper right slide of that 1-story connector connecting to the Theology and Ministry Library, and then a 2-story glass stair volume connecting to both levels of the collections. On the north side, you can see that small fenced-in service drive, service yard, and a little bit of access into the mechanical space. And on the lower right, this would be sort of a view you would never see, or you'd be sort of hovering above the purposes of this illustration to see the way that we've broken up the massing of this building to a more human scale. Go ahead. The existing site has a lot of topography here. It's mostly stone, which is quite close to the surface. So there's very little infiltration of stormwater onto the site currently. There's no actual stormwater management system in the site currently. Everything just flows right into the city system and Lake Street. So we're doing a fair amount of work under this proposal to add a number of retaining walls and infiltration basins and dry wells to keep as much of the water on the site as possible.
Thank you, David. My name is Jean Levesque. I'm the Director of Government Relations, and I'm just going to speak to summarize the public benefit slide that you're looking at right now. The project has a benefit for historic preservation, as has been said earlier, historic significant collections of material from 30 of the Catholic religious orders that are closing or have closed, and it's providing access for these materials for scholarly research and also access for research for students and the public. On the employment side, the project creates 3 new library staff positions, and for construction will employ over 200 construction workers from various union trades. The project we are committed to union labor, and the economic impact. We are a large employer in the city of Boston. We have over 1,000 jobs for Boston residents, and almost half of those, 400 plus, are for our residents that live in either Brighton or Allston. And the project in general, Boston College has a large economic impact on the growth and strength of the local and regional economies. And with that concludes our presentation, and certainly our team from Shepley and other members of the BC team that are on the call are available for to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your presentation. So it's a public hearing, so we'll go for public testimony first and then move on to board questioning. So Secretary Bohemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Annabella Gomes, you can unmute yourself.
Director Jameson, members of the board, my name is Annabella Gomes. I'm the chair of the Boston College Task Force. We have reviewed this project a year ago and again this year with the changes to the architecture, which was great improvement, having the faux windows to make it look good. We did vote to support this project, minus one member. We feel great that this is an all-electric building. The mechanicals are in the interior, and the stormwater management is a great add to the neighborhood. It's not there now, and it is a good incentive for the neighborhood to support it. We'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabella. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mina Perez representing the Carpenters Union. First, I'd like to thank Boston College for all the great jobs we had for many years, and a special thanks to our friend Tom Kitty and Jean Levesque. You guys always do an outstanding outreach to the community, and it's always a pleasure to work with you. Because of this, all our Boston residents are going in strong support of this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minor. If anybody else would like to testify about this project, please raise your virtual hand. Shaitan, you can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yep, I can hear
me?
you, Shaitan. Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Shaitan Green. I'm a business agent with the Boston Building Trades Unions and also a Boston resident. I want to thank the board for hosting these community meetings. I think it's super important for public voice to be heard and shared. I want to give a thank you to Boston College and a special thanks to Tom and Jeannie for the great relationships and continued partnership. These great partnerships, help to uplift community standards, values. It opens up opportunities for people to really jump into the workforce and be well trained, well paid, benefits. And this is super awesome. So I speak in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaitan. If anybody else would like to testify about this project, please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, great. So we'll now move on to board questions and comments. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, it's like institutional master plan night. So again, thank you so much, Boston College, for all you do to educate great global citizens of the world, and many who stay here locally and make significant impacts to the Boston community. So thanks for being great educators and hosts, and being a part of this great fabric of higher institution that we have here in Boston. So, all right, if there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Oh, no, not Ms. Bennett. Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's see. That was item 26, and now we are going to move back in the agenda to where we left off at item number 20.
No, Madam Chair, there's one here, public hearing left.
Okay. My bad. 1 second, let me just shuffle my screens. Yes. Okay. Item number 26. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article Section 80D-5.4C and Section 80B-6 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed project Boston University Institutional Master Plan and Warren Towers. This hearing was duly advertised on August 21st, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We're taking support and opposition at the same time, so if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak, and when your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. And finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Tyler, will you now please begin the presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Ms. Tyler Ross. I'm the Senior Project Manager in Development Review Department. The proposal before you is the 2-year Boston University Institutional Master Plan and Warren Towers renovation project located in the Fenway neighborhood. On October 28, 2022, BU filed an IMP notification form for their Charles River campus and a PNF for the Warren Towers renovation project. Shortly after that, it was announced that Dr. Melissa Gilliam would be appointed as the new president of Boston University. With that appointment, BU decided in consultation with BPDA staff to move to a 2-year IMP instead of pursuing a 10-year IMP to allow President Dr. Gilliam time to integrate her strategic vision for the university into their next 10-year IMP, while also moving forward 3 crucial projects in this 2-year IMP proposal. There are 3 proposed projects within the IMP. The first is the proposed renovation of Warren Towers, a dorm that houses up to 1,800 undergraduate students. This renovation is to upgrade the building envelope, accessibility improvements, new mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems, as well as a reconstruction of streetscape abutting the property. The second proposed project within the IMP is the zoning envelope for Party School of Global Studies, a new proposed academic building on campus. The Party School of Global Studies itself will further be subject to Article 80B large project review in the future. Lastly, the third proposed project in the IMP is a renovation of Mugar Memorial Library, which entails enhancing BU's largest library on campus to support the needs of its ever-changing student population. Furthermore, the BPA hosted 5 task force and public meetings on November 21st, 2022, January 11th, 2023, January 24th, 2023, February 20th, 2024, and June 26th of 2024. All of which were well attended and advertised in the local newspapers. BU also worked with city departments and local elected officials to garner support for the 2-year IMP proposal and Warren Towers project. BU received letters of support from Councilor Durkin and Councilor Breeden. Now we'll turn it over to Ella Wise to go over the planning context before Greg Snyder from BU presents. Thank you to the members of the public, elected officials, and city agencies who helped review the proposed BU IMP and Warren Towers project. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhimas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ella Wise, and I'm the planner assigned to this project. As you can see here, the proposed project is a 2-year institutional master plan providing the comprehensive planning, cumulative impact analysis, and community benefits of development on the BU campus, which you're all familiar with since you reviewed a lot of IMPs this evening. It also creates an IMP zoning overlay district, setting the use and dimensional guidance for individual projects. The three that Tyler listed. So the site context shown here with the three proposed institutional projects along Commonwealth Avenue is in the central area of campus. This area is served by the Green Line and Route 57 bus. And recent nearby development includes the renovation of the law school pointed out here, as well as the iconic Data Sciences Center. Next slide, please. Excuse me. In terms of planning context, there are several active plans in the neighborhoods surrounding campus, as well as significant public and private investment that informs the planning context. So starting from the top left, the Alston Multimodal Project, led by MassDOT, proposes realigning I-90, as you can see from the two images, and constructing a new west station for the commuter rail, and will dramatically change the landscape north of Western Campus. Related, the Beacon Park Regional Framework, led by the Planning Department, is a long-term visioning process to inform future zoning of the neighborhood shown here in red, created by those transportation improvements. The Planning Department is also leading the Alston Bright Community Plan, a 2-year planning process with robust community engagement to guide growth in the larger Alston neighborhood. The IMP includes public realm improvements in conjunction with the Pardee School, including converting surface parking to over an acre of green space. This improvement advances strategies of the Boston's Heat Resilience Plan. And finally, in terms of citywide plans, which the Heat Resilience Plan is as well, BU's on-campus housing capacity directly impacts demand for housing in surrounding neighborhoods and relates to our Housing a Changing City, Boston 2030. That plan sets a goal of creating 16,000 new undergraduate student dorm beds for colleges and universities in the city by 2030, just a few years away. So as explained in the proposed IMP, the percentage of undergraduate students housed on campus has decreased below BU's goal of 70% in the last 2 years. To minimize the campus impacts on Boston's housing market, consistent with the plan, the Housing a Changing City plan, the IMP proposes lower enrollment projections, the densification of campus during the Warren Towers renovation, and a commitment to adding new beds as part of the next IMP. Next slide, please. In addition to those active local plans and adopted citywide plans, the Boston Transportation Department has a couple of active transportation plans underway, including the Route 57 Transit Priority Corridor to improve bus service, as well as the Commonwealth bike lanes to improve the existing bike lanes on this busy stretch. These plans have informed the proposed IMP and should continue to inform the next. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you consider the IMP, it's also helpful to compare it to the most recent one from 2013. On the left, you'll see the proposed with its 3 proposed institutional projects, including the 2 renovations and a new building. And on the right, you'll see the 2013 IMP development program, as well as the subsequent 6 amendments since the adoption of the IMP in 2013. And those amendments added significant new projects. The proposed IMP, as you can tell, contemplates much less investment as it spans only 2 years. Robust planning for the next IMP will allow for more comprehensive review of potential new development projects and public realm improvements. Thanks very much, and now I will turn it over to the development team.
Thank you, Tyler and Ella. Good evening, Chair Rojas, members of the board, Secretary and Chief Jemison. I'm Greg Snyder, Vice President for Campus Planning and Operations. And on behalf of Boston University, I'm seeking approval for a 2-year IMP for our Charles River campus. We expect this IMP will renovate 1,800 beds to retain students living on campus, create over 3,300 construction jobs, deliver an acre of new open space while reducing our carbon footprint. Next slide, please. Here's a satellite image of the Charles River campus, and on the next slide, This map illustrates the university's footprint from Kenmore Square to Packard's Corner. Next slide, please. And given the significance of the next 10-year IMP, our recent leadership transition, and our commitment to a comprehensive planning process, the university filed this 2-year IMP to allow sufficient time to thoughtfully integrate Dr. Gilliam's strategic vision into the university's forthcoming 10-year IMP to ensure a robust planning process that considers the evolving needs of both the university and the city of Boston. Next slide. Approval of this IMP will allow the university to move forward on 3 strategic investments, 2 major renovations, and 1 new construction project. These 3 proposed projects, we hope, will strengthen the academic core of the university, our central campus. Next slide. And here is how these 3 projects fit within the campus environment. Next slide, please. This Article 80B project to renovate Warren Towers, the largest dormitory in Boston and home to 1,800 students, includes facade repairs, replacement of windows and their surrounds, as well as new MEP systems, including the addition of ventilation air and air conditioning. The building square footage and height remains the same with all new electric equipment. The student experience will be enhanced by the single-user all-gender bathrooms, ADA upgrades, and refreshed finishes throughout their spaces. Next slide, please. Through the Article 80B process, the facade design benefited from meetings with the planning department staff and the BCDC. The new facade, illustrated on the rendering on the right, will improve energy efficiency and design. Next slide, please. The elevation view of Warren Towers is from the plaza in front of the recently constructed Center for Computing and Data Sciences, viewing west. And on the next slide, viewing east, with the city of Boston downtown in the background. Next slide. This project will bring about improvements to meet accessibility codes for all entries, sidewalk slopes, as well as improved crosswalk conditions. We will continue conversations with the planning department staff related to a new canopy for the building later this year. Next slide, please. The Pardee building site is on an existing parking lot behind the College of Arts and Sciences complex. It is massed at 70,000 gross floor area and a height of 168 feet, which includes the mechanical penthouse. Like Warren Towers, this building will be all electric to meet the sustainability goals of both BU and the city. Next slide. BU has high sustainability goals, and with the new Pardee School, we intend to continue our record of leadership in this arena. The project is being planned as a mass timber tower, which will reduce the amount of embodied carbon generated by a typical steel and concrete structure by approximately 87%. And this slide also shows the siting for this building, allowing a view from the river viewing south and from Commonwealth Avenue looking east. Next slide, please. This project will enhance Mugar Library, the university's largest library on campus, crucial for supporting the evolving needs for our academic community. Renewing the facade, systems, and interior spaces from this 1960s vintage building to meet needs and uses for today's students. No building additions are anticipated, and we expect that equipment will be added to the roof to meet electrification requirements. Next slide. This slide summarizes the objectives for the projects in this 2-year IMP in support of the university, city, and greater Boston efforts for sustainability and resiliency. Next slide. And as we look forward to working with the city, task force, and community in the coming years to create dynamic campus spaces that elevate and encourage engagement, collaboration, and experiences while increasing the number of student beds so more students can reside on campus. And on the next slide, this is where I conclude our presentation. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate everybody's efforts.
Priscilla,
Yeah, my mouse was disappearing. I couldn't find it. Yeah. Okay. So great. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. So as this is a public hearing, we will start with public testimony first. So Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone that would like to testify?
Yes. Tahir Hussein, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, and well, good evening. First, I'd like to thank everyone there. Actually, I am supporting BU. I'm an Austin resident. I've been a neighbor of BU for about 50 years, maybe a little bit longer now, actually. And they've been very transparent and shown a lot of integrity and honesty throughout this whole process. I think the requests are very reasonable. The library does need upgrading. I do go there quite a bit. And Warren Towers, I was a student at BU, and it's like long overdue that it gets renovated. It's 1800, it's like a small community really, and so no, it's about time. So no, I think I'm after like much listening to my neighbors and talking to a lot of people, usually I don't like to participate in these things, doing public testimony, but right now I do feel pretty strong about it, and I am enthusiastically supporting you and your efforts. And I thank everyone there.
Thank you. Dan Cuddy, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dan Cuddy. I'm a lifelong resident of Brighton. I'm a BU task force member for quite a while. I am in support of the IMP for the Charles River campus. Love a lot about it. Love the renovation to Warren Towers. Really happy about the Party School of Global Studies, and always impressed by BU's excellence in clean energy and net zero carbon emissions, and am overwhelmingly inspired and appreciative of their long-term commitment with the Boston Public Schools and the youth in our community. Overwhelmingly approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Catherine Greenow, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Catherine Greenow, and I am a resident of Audubon Circle. Been here over 50 years. I'm also the vice president of the Audubon Circle Neighborhood Association. I would like to let you know that the Audubon Circle Neighborhood Association definitely supports the renovation of Warren Towers. As someone else said, it's long overdue, as well as the renovation of the Mugar Library. However, we have concern about the project at the edge of Bay State Road's architectural preservation district. The slide showed the project height at 186 feet, whereas the person presenting the slide showed the project at 168 feet. Either is way too much height for a building that is adjacent to a treasure trove of architecturally distinguished buildings on Bay State Road. And I very much oppose a building of that size, as does the board of the Audubon Circle Neighborhood Association. I would hope that Boston University could develop a property proposal that is more in keeping with the Bay State Road properties. And secondly, it is extremely important for this project to include the fact that the buildings owned on the so-called South Campus of Boston University must be acknowledged as part of the overall agreements that the university signed in 1980, 1990, and 1998, whereby undergraduates were not allowed to live in the 28 properties they bought in Audubon Circle. The university contends that these properties are not dormitories, but I ask you, what is a university-owned property full of students, undergraduate students, other than a dormitory? I'm also very concerned.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time is up. I'm sorry. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Mina Perez representing the Carpenters Union. I want to go on record on strong support of this project. First, I want to thank BU for an outstanding outreach to the community. And we greatly appreciate them always choosing to build responsibly with good contractors. I also like to take a second to thank the Office of Mayor Michelle Wu for allowing the community to be part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Dolores Bogdanian, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dolores Bogdanian. I live at 452 Park Drive in Boston. My home is in the Audubon Circle neighborhood, and our neighborhood organization is a member of the BU Community Task Force. I like to reinforce the point that Kathy Guino was talking about. I and my neighbors have worked for many years to protect what is left of our residential neighborhood from further conversions to university uses. What BU now calls South Campus was once part of our neighborhood, and while it geographically remains so, it is now divided by the university's campus boundary. What is on our side of that boundary is subject to Article 61 of the zoning code. Under Article 61, university and dormitory uses are expressly forbidden. There is one exception. For properties north of the center line of Beacon Street, a dormitory is a conditional use. In other words, Boston University needs a conditional use permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals to operate a dorm in our neighborhood, and limited only to the north side of Beacon. I bring this up because the properties are listed in the IMP and therefore relevant to this discussion. BU owns many apartment buildings on the north side of Beacon Street and has a dorm license for several of them. Those buildings are identified in Table 4-2 in the IMP. BU also owns a number of other apartment buildings on the north side of Beacon, which are identified in Table 4-3. For those buildings, BU has no dorm permit or license. BU also owns a number of apartment buildings south of Beacon Street, where dorms are explicitly forbidden. Those buildings are identified in Table 4.4-4 and are specifically called out in the IMP as not eligible for undergraduate housing. It is our contention that none of the buildings for which BU has no permit or dormitory license can be used as a dormitory, that is, for student housing, and this should be reflected in the IMP and monitored by the city. No matter how the university is actually using these properties, the IMP as currently written allows the inference that unpermitted and unlicensed dorm use is allowed, overriding Article 61's provisions. With every unit of housing needed in the city, I think it is incumbent on city officials to maintain and enforce the zoning provisions that protect them. Just want to say I would ask this board to have the IMP amended to make it clear that unlicensed, unpermitted dorms cannot be used as a dormitory in our neighborhood before it goes to the zoning commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolores. Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Shaitan Green. I'm a business agent with the Boston Building Trades Unions. I'm also a Boston resident. Thank you to the board for having these meetings to discuss, to have community voice be shared. With that being said, I'd like to thank Boston University and give a special thanks to Jake Sullivan and for the great relationship and continued partnership with uplifting community, working standards, and just kind of giving economic justice to people, economic justice opportunities for people to see themselves in great careers. So I appreciate that, and with that, I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaitan. Pam Beal, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, and good evening, members of the board, Madam Chair, and Secretary Bohemus, and Director Jameson. My name is Pam Beal, and I am here this evening in my capacity as Chair of the Boston University Community Task Force to indicate support for Boston University's 2024 to 2026 Institutional Master Plan. The investments Boston University will be making are needed and will enhance the quality of life for their students and have a positive impact on the broader community. Accordingly, I urge the board to vote to support this 2-year master plan this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Annabella Gomes, you can unmute yourself.
Director Jameson, members of the board, Annabella Gomes, member of the BU Task Force, I'd like to go on record in support. We've heard it, this project, and the renovation of the Muga Library is very important. The renovations of Warren Towers are much needed to give the students housing that they'll want to live in and keep them living off campus by providing them much needed housing that is suitable with air conditioning and healthier breathing. So that's important. The party school is also very important, and I'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabella. Chris Trang, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, members of the board. Thank you. Christopher Strang, resident of Kenmore Square, 566 Commonwealth Avenue, and member of the BU Task Force as well. I echo the comments of my fellow task force members and Chairwoman Beal. I support wholeheartedly the project the BU has presented. I've reviewed their plans, and it is carefully thought out both in the energy efficiency and sustainability, as well as minimizing impact to the neighborhood in their process. And so I think it will be a benefit to the neighborhood as well as the students to BU.
Thank you. If anybody else would like to testify about this project, please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you everyone who came and waited to participate today. We appreciate your input. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to underscore and acknowledge the commitment that Boston University has to sustainability. They really are leading in this way. It's as evidenced again by this proposal, Gold LEED standard and better, the largest fossil fuel-free dormitory, I believe, in the U.S. It's really commendable. Former President Brown deserves tremendous credit for beginning that vision, and President Gilliam has already demonstrated her commitment to take it even to the next level. So it's for that, as well as some good, really strong community outreach and support, that I'm happy to support this IMP.
Additional questions or comments? I would like to just get some context or response to those members of our community that came to testify that had concerns around permits and licenses and dormitory use. So whether it be the developer or someone from the agency, will you please provide a response? Thank you.
I'd be happy to respond to that. On behalf of the university, I can confirm that no undergraduate student lives south of Beacon in the Audubon Circle Neighborhood Association area. We only have that housing for our faculty, staff, and graduate students. And north of Beacon, we have dormitories which are fully occupied by undergraduate students, and we have apartments that only have a moderate number of undergraduates and are predominantly either faculty, staff, or graduate student housing. I also can speak to the height of Pardee if you like as well.
Yes, that'd be lovely. Thank you.
So we have met with both the Esplanade Association as well as the Charles River Watershed Association about this proposed project. In addition, we also presented to the Boston Civic Design Commission, who appreciated the minimized footprint that we are able to create over an acre of new open space. And we've also conducted a variety of shadow studies which show no net new shadow on the Esplanade as a result of this project. And if I misspoke about the 168 versus 186, I apologize, but it is 186 feet, as is demonstrated in the IMP.
And Greg, just for clarification, it was the Esplanade Association and the Charles River Conservancy that we had meeting. Both received positively, and looking forward to the Article 80B review process as a part of that project.
Thank you, Ken.
And Madam Chair, I'll just jump in on behalf of the agency too. I know, the university has a large number of undergraduates and graduates on campus. I think the renovation of Warren kind of shows a commitment to maintaining those students on campus, right? There's a very strong retention strategy here that I want to recognize. But I did just want to say from our perspective, we certainly want to continue to work on the issue. I think the university has been very forthcoming with us about sort of their desire to collaborate on this particular topic in the future. I think we're limited by the fact that this is a 2-year IMP that's really focused on enabling the renovation here. But those issues are very much front and center, and they have been for our planning staff as well. And we fully expect to engage very thoroughly in them as we embark on the review of the tenure in the coming few months.
Thank you very much for those responses and that context for the board before we take a vote. So are there any additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you for your presentation and good luck. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. And a special shout out to Tyler Ross for all the work that went into this. Thank you.
Yeah, shout out to Tyler. Awesome. Okay, so now Secretary Belhemus, can I go back to item number 20?
Yes, you can.
Awesome. Item number 20, request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B Large Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 236 residential rental units, including 36 IDP units, approximately 6,030 square feet of community space, 125 car parking spaces, and interior storage for up to 240 bicycles located at 295 West First Street, and to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction and a cooperation agreement in connection with the proposed project, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jameson. My name is Stephen Harvey. I'm a Senior Project Manager at the City of Boston Planning Department, and thank you for your time today. The proposal I bring before you today is 295 West First Street, located in South Boston. On September 22nd, 2023, the Boston Planning and Development Agency, now the Planning Department, received a letter of intent from the proponent. On December 21st, 2023, we received the project notification form for the proposal. The proponent's proposal called for the construction of a six-story residential building. The building would contain 236 rental units, of which 36 would be affordable units. The proposal would also contain 125 parking spaces and 236 bicycle parking spaces. Once again, if approved and built, this proposal would add 36 affordable units to the city's affordable unit housing stock. Pursuant to section 80B-5.3 or 5.3 of the code, I hosted an impact advisory group meetings for the proposal on January 16th, 2024 and June 24th, 2024. I also hosted public meetings for the proposal on January 31st, 2024 and July 9th, 2024. If approved by the board, this would allow the proponent to construct the proposal via Article 80B after completing design review. With that said, I will shortly turn it over to the 295 West First Street team. However, before that occurs, my planning colleague for Vivaggio will present the planning context for the proposal. Next slide. Once the entire presentation is completed, the 295 West First Street team and I will take any and all questions from the board. Once again, thank you for your time today.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. Next slide, please. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Belhemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ford Del Vecchio, and I'm the planner reviewer assigned to this project. The proposed multifamily residential use is permitted in the MFR zoning subdistrict. The 2011 Planning and Zoning Initiative for West First Street, codified in Article 68, envisioned a residential context to the west to the west of the corridor and a more industrial fabric to the east, closer to the waterfront. When the zoning was adopted, it was presumed that properties along the reserve channel would continue to be characterized by industrial and service parking uses in the long term. Subsequent years have seen the evolution of uses in the neighborhood, including the addition of residential uses in the immediately adjacent area. Next slide, please. Well, my slides got reversed actually, so previous slide, please. While the proposed project exceeds zoning dimensional maximums, planning and urban design staff worked to refine a building massing that is contextually consistent with the ongoing evolution of West 2nd and West 1st Streets. Staff review also focused on improvements to the surrounding public realm, including widened sidewalks, upgraded street intersections for enhanced pedestrian safety, and the protection and addition of street trees to create a robust canopy around the site perimeter. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Ford, and thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Polhemus. My name is Joe Hanley. I am an attorney with McDermott, Quilty, Miller, and Hanley here in Boston, and I have the good fortune of representing the developer here, which is Jones Street Investment Partners. Their principal, Matt Frazier, who is with us tonight, as well as our project architect, David Chilinsky from PCA Architects, and Raber Umfenhauer from Artico, who has worked on the unique community programming aspects of this exciting development. So I'm just going to take you through a couple of the first slides, and then I'll ask David to take you a little more quickly into the details of this proposal. But before I do, I would like to thank Stephen Harvey and Ford, as well as Seth Reisman and the team at the BPDA. We're here after 16 months of pretty extensive review that also included the recommendation by the BCDC to help shape this opportunity to introduce a scale of much needed housing in a formerly industrial area of South Boston. So the map that you see in front of you, our site in the orange to pink block at 295 West 1st Street, within a walkshed of the MBTA's subway station at the Broadway station, as well as within walking distance for the new and expanding employment opportunities in South Boston, as well as the South Boston waterfront. If you go to the next slide, I'll tell you a little bit about the uniqueness of this property site. Again, you can see it within the orange hash here. This is a large-scale property site of approximately 1.5 acres of land. It has long been utilized in industrial use. The Shaughnessy family, who has deep roots in South Boston, has utilized this for a crane yard for decades. And you can see that from an environmental standpoint and from a heat island standpoint, it's essentially all unimproved asphalt surface areas, and there's a sort of nondescript industrial building right now. If you go through there, it's the storage of cranes and equipment repairs. Most recently, as Ford indicated, we're in an area that has been changed from industrial to residential, and we front on 3 streets. To the north of us is First Street along the First Street corridor. If you look up to the back of us is West 2nd Street, and to the right is East Street, and you'll see the long existing foundry building to our right, which is about 67 feet in elevation. And to the left, as you go up First Street, you have, again, the vestige of old industrial uses. And so what we've tried to do here, Madam Chair, and I also think it's important to look at this, towards the south is the residential neighborhood of, let's say, South Boston proper, in the lower end section. You'll see that those blocks are about half the depth of our block. And so what we've looked at is how can we introduce a residential development here that can complement South Boston's recent sort of emerald bracelet of open space, and also deliver what would be really one of the first resilient and sustainable developments of this scale along First Street. I think it's also important to note that we're in the Coastal Resiliency Flood Overlay District, and as a result of that, our entire ground floor programming is dedicated to community uses, about 6,000 square feet, and we have another 6,000 square feet of public open space, essentially a park. And when we talk about heights, and I'll have David go through this, we are very mindful of our surrounding context, and you'll see that the building steps down and away from the south, from the residential, and up as it's appropriate, and without really any impacts to the residential neighborhood, with a little bit of height at 6 stories. That allows us to deliver, as Stephen indicated, 36 units of income restricted housing, which is a major contribution for this, for the current housing policy, not just for the neighborhood, but across the city. And I would note that some of those are 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom units, which will help to address the need for family housing. So next slide, please. At this point, I'd like to ask David Chelinski to take you through the building program and the presentation. David?
Hi, everybody. David Chelinski with PCA Architects. So what you may have noticed in that last slide was, despite the fact that it's an industrial site, it has great mature trees along West 2nd Street, and we are absolutely committed to keeping them. And in fact, it has caused us to kind of pull the building actually off of West 2nd Street, which I'll demonstrate to you in a moment. But it also gives us this opportunity, you know, Joe mentioned the Foundry on the right-hand side. It has very tight sidewalks. The sidewalks in this area are very tight. And what we are looking to do in the foreground is to enhance the pedestrian access by raising the intersection, making it pedestrian friendly, but also adding this, call it a small vest pocket park, if you will, along West 2nd. Next slide. So, you know, just very quickly, the kind of blue-green trees at the bottom, those are actually existing trees. You know, they're fantastic. They've been there for a long time. And we're going to maintain them, but we're also going to add, you know, another 20 street trees around the site. Next slide. And, you know, around this new open space, you know, Joe mentioned the community spaces. The open space actually is surrounded by the lobby and the kind of public spaces of the residential building. And that's what you see in that kind of like tan. But we're also thinking there's a small community cafe, a couple of thousand feet. We've met with the neighbors. They embrace the idea that there'll be a little bit of retail, a little something in the neighborhood. They don't want a lot, but they really would appreciate the fact that there was something in the neighborhood. So, you know, we're working to locate something that could spill out onto this new open space. And then you'll also notice along West First that, you know, Joe mentioned that we're in a resiliency area. We can't put residential on the ground floor, so we're committed to, you know, creating, you know, almost 6,000 square feet of community use along West First, as well as a second lobby to help try to activate West First Street. Next slide. You know, in meeting with the neighbors, one of the things they mentioned to us was a couple of things. One is what a heat island the area is, and that shade is very important to them. So we worked with them to, you know, create a space that, you know, has a number, and we are committed to mature caliper trees to make sure this thing actually works, you know, when it's installed, right along West 2nd Street. Next slide. And, you know, the spirit behind it is we actually, because of the resiliency, actually have to raise the level of the building, 18 inches, 2 feet, it depends around the site. But that gives us this opportunity to create these planted beds and street wells, where it also creates, really interesting opportunities for, seating along West 2nd Street. And then you can see that these sloped, they're not ramps, but kind of sloping up into the lobby and into the cafe, enabling people to actually have seating areas, right adjacent to the public way. Next slide. And, the spirit behind this is some combination, and others on our team can speak more to it, but that we really do want to embrace the community, what's happening here, including, some small, cafe element, which, we're trying to articulate in the lower right-hand side. Next slide. And so, but, as Joe mentioned, the building extends from West 2nd all the way to West 1st. And so, in some ways, this starts to create a new precedent along, West 1st Street. And so that's where we have this, slightly more, formal architecture. We have a lobby here, and we are 6 stories up along West 1st Street. We were 4 stories along, West 2nd Street. And you can see the boundary in the distance. Next slide. And so, again, this kind of transitional quality of the building. Far right-hand side is an existing condominium building with ground floor garage. Adjacent is this, what looks like brick and metal panel. That's 270 West 2nd, an approved project, but yet unbuilt. And then our building in the distance on the left-hand side. Next slide. And then this is looking down West 2nd Street, right? With the 2.5, 3-story, 3.5-story, local neighborhood on the right, 270 West 2nd Street, the approved project on the left, our building in between, and then the foundry in the distance with the mature trees that we're going to maintain along West 2nd. Next slide. And the key component to all of this, if there's another slide, we could go to it. Is there one more? Yeah, is that the building is really 4 stories and 5 stories along West 2nd Street, and then it's 6 stories on West 1st Street. And at no point along West 2nd Street do you perceive the mass of the 6 stories. And we work very hard with the Civic Design Commission and the Urban Design Group at BPDA to orchestrate that. Next slide.
Yeah, thank you, David. So this is our final slide. I'm not going to go through all the details. I know we're almost out of time, but just to show you this, we began, again, 16 months ago engaging with our neighbors, with the elected delegation, and with folks who are property owners and nearby residents. I know the board has received a lot of input. I want to thank the members of the Impact Advisory Group. We're honored to have the support of, I know, 3 of the 6 members, and as well as the folks in the community who we respect and had input on a variety of areas that we look forward to continuing to work with as this project goes through, hopefully, its next phase of zoning review and the like. And so you'll see here, as I think Stephen outlined, all of the public meetings as well as our own outreach in between. And I think more importantly, what David showed you is an iterative process that resulted in all of these massing measures, open space elements, and programming. And we are very excited to bring a place for multi-generational gathering and to contribute to the much needed affordable housing, especially for families in the city. And finally, to do it in a way that advances the resiliency requirements in Article 37 of scale, LEED Gold, passive house, we have PV, energy production on the roof, and an all-electric program for a building of scale that we think is an appropriate within the context at this edge condition. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'll hand this back now, and I appreciate the time that you've given us.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, so do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I just have a question, Madam Chair. Related to the unit mix, in some of the background materials, it looked like it was pretty heavy on studios for the affordable, the IDP units. So could someone from either BPDA or the developer just speak to the mix and whether it's proportional to the rest of the units, or kind of how you guys arrived at that?
Yes, Stephen, do you want to take that, or would you like me to handle it?
I can talk on the process. It did go through the AFFH process, so it was reviewed by the housing policy team, and they felt that the unit mix was appropriate for the size of the proposal.
Yeah, and Member Bennett, I would just add, I appreciate that comment. Of the 36 IDP units, we're also exceeding the requirement for the IDP. You know, I don't have to tell this board we're in a difficult time for financing of, privately financed developments like this, but we're proud that we were able to do more. And as part of this process, especially leading up to the most recent, board memo that you have before you, you will see the dedication of 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom units as part of the IDP program. And so that allows us also to provide more residential square footage than is required and really address the need for family affordable housing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and saying none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations, good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Cheers. Okay, let me go back to. Oh my goodness. Item number 21. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed conversion of an existing office space into 24 residential rental units, including 5 IDP units and 30 bicycle parking spaces located at 615 Albany Street, and to enter into affordable rental housing agreement and restriction, and to enter into a pilot agreement and adopt a demonstration project plan. To also authorize the director to accept a quitclaim deed for a certain temporary limited property interest in the project site, and to take all related actions. Dylan.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chief Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Dylan Norris, and I'm a project assistant with Development Review. I'm here before you today to present an applicant of Mayor Wu's downtown office to residential conversion program. The proposed Article 80E small project located at 615 Albany in the South End neighborhood of Boston, as well as the proposed 121B agreement needed to effectuate the downtown residential conversion incentive pilot program. On March 29th, 2024, 615 Albany Street LLC applied to Mayor Wu's and the BPDA's downtown residential conversion incentive pilot program. The pilot program was authorized by the BPDA board on October 12th, 2023, and offers to approved applicants a tax abatement in exchange for converting their underutilized office buildings into multifamily residential rental units. The October board vote authorized the creation of a demonstration project plan area in the downtown Boston, where The BPDA is able to act pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, and provide a contract for payment in lieu of taxes pursuant to Chapter 121B. To qualify for the pilot program, all projects must meet the City of Boston's inclusionary zoning standards, meaning 17% of all newly created units must be deed restricted, affordable restricted for households making up to 60% AMI, and an additional 3% of the units must be available at fair market rent and reserved for voucher holders. Applicants of the program must also comply with the current green energy stretch goals where applicable. The proposed project before you contemplates the adaptive reuse and extension of the existing vacant 5-story office building that formerly housed the Naval Blood Laboratory within the Boston University Medical Center Institutional Master Plan. Currently located on approximately 3,677 square foot lot, the proposed project at 615 Albany seeks to redevelop the vacant 5-story office building and extend it by 1 story, resulting in a 6-story, approximately 23,589 gross square foot building. The proposed project will result in a new net residential total of approximately 19,865 square feet, including 24 rental units, 13 of which will be studios, 1 1-bed, 5 2-beds, and 5 3-beds. The proposed project will also include 24 interior resident bike parking spaces, as well as 6 external visitor bike parking spaces. The project is also committing to make several public realm improvements along the project site, including adding 3 new street trees along Albany and East Brookline Street, and upgrading the existing curb ramps located at the intersection of East Broadway and Albany Street into 4 new directional ramps. Next slide, please. The proposed project will also meet the city IDP requirements of the downtown conversion pilot program at 17%. At 17% IDP at 60% area median income, and 3% of the units are reserved for HUD voucher holders. The project will also fully electrify their HVAC utility systems in compliance with applicable green energy stretch codes. Based on BPDA staff review under Article 80 and review of the pilot program, the proponent has been selected to receive a pilot agreement based on the pilot program criteria. The proponent will, upon the approval by the BPDA board, enter into a pilot agreement among the City of Boston and the BPDA. If approved today, the city and the BPDA will provide the proposed project an average tax abatement of up to 75% of the assessed residential value for a term of 29 years, terms which are consistent with the October board vote. In order to comply with the rules and regulations under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, Section 16, the BPDA must take and adopt a demonstration project plan area, as well as take an interest in the project site. To effectuate that, the BPDA and the owner of 615 Albany will enter into a deed agreement which conveys limited rights in the 615 Albany Street property. Additionally, the owner and the BPDA will enter into an indemnification agreement to ensure the BPDA does not have liability on the property. On June 5th, 2024, the BPDA received a small project review application from the proponent, in which the BPDA hosted a virtual public meeting on July 8th, 2024, which was well attended and well received. The public meeting was advertised in local newspapers, and a notice was posted on the BPDA's calendar, as well as sent out to the South End neighborhood distribution list. The comment period for this filing ended on July 15th, 2024. I'm also joined today by John Wild, Planning Department's Senior Program Manager for the Downtown Conversion Pilot Program. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Alana Hames to go over the planning context in which we reviewed the project.
Thanks, Dylan. Next slide, please. Next, yeah, perfect, thank you. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Paulinas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ilana Hames, and I am the planner assigned to this project. The proposed project occupies a corner lot located in the South End neighborhood in an institutional subdistrict. The existing building is the former site, as Dylan mentioned, of the Naval Blood Research Laboratory, a naval research institution dedicated to the study of the safe preservation and transportation of blood. Immediately east and south of the project is the Boston Medical Center and Boston University Medical School campus, which contains mostly institutional buildings. These buildings tend to span entire blocks and are lacking any street-level connection or openness to the public, signifying a relatively inhospitable, unpopulated public realm to be benefited by the improvements stemming from the proposed project. There is also an institutional master plan overlay district that covers the project site, which is part of the Boston University Medical Center IMP. Given that the proposed project is not an institutional use and has been sold by the joint ownership of Boston University and Boston Medical Center to the proponent, the proposed project does not have to demonstrate consistency with the applicable institutional master plan. Boston University has agreed to removal of the project parcel from the IMP overlay, which will require a zoning commission vote in order to achieve this regulatory modification. The institutional nature of the environment to the east and south of the project site contrasts with the primarily residential fabric to the north and west. Many structures along Albany Street are brick warehouse-type structures that define this area with consistent building language and a strong street wall. East Brookline Street, where the project site's side yard is located, is lined with traditional brick row houses. Like the existing building on the project site itself, these structures are protected under the South End Landmark District and are subject to Historic District Commission review. Next slide, please. The proposed project seeks to rehabilitate and expand an existing historic structure protected under the South End Protection Area and inventoried by the Massachusetts Historic Commission. The former designation requires Boston Landmarks Commission design review of the proposed project. Given that the preference from BLC, urban design, and the community, based on feedback in the most recent Boston University Medical Center IMP, is to preserve the existing building and adaptively reuse what has been a vacant structure for many years, the rear setback, FAR, and use violations are justifiable. This status also makes the former Naval Blood Research Laboratory a suitable candidate for the Office to Residential Conversion Program. I'll take a brief moment to expand on this program beyond Dylan's previous remarks. Launched in October 2023, the Downtown Residential Conversion Incentive Pilot Program, known as the Downtown Conversion Program, aims to support owners and developers of older commercial office building space in converting to residential units. The pilot program was informed by both the City of Boston's October 2022 Downtown Revitalization Report, which analyzed and made recommendations for downtown economic revitalization, as well as the planned downtown planning process, which recommended a downtown office conversion program as a key strategy for achieving the planned goals. In order to encourage new use of underutilized office space, the conversion program offers a tax abatement, as Dylan mentioned, and a streamlined approval process to applicants who meet affordability and sustainability requirements. Accordingly, the proposed project would advance key recommendations of both the 2022 Downtown Revitalization Report and Planned Downtown. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located within the study area of the Harrison-Albany Corridor Strategic Plan adopted by the BPDA Board in November 2011. Portions of the plan were adopted into Article 64, the South End Neighborhood District, in 2012. Within the Harrison-Albany Corridor Strategic Plan, the project site is located in the Boston Medical Center, Boston University Medical Campus sub-area. The plan identifies a vision for this sub-area to blend the medical campus with adjacent residential and light industrial uses. The conversion of a vacant office/medical building to housing in the immediate vicinity of the medical campus is in line with the intent of the plan and citywide goals to increase the available housing stock. Next slide, please. The existing building is located also in the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District, which requires that the building is flood-proofed and elevated to withstand the impacts of anticipated 2070 flood pathways. The proposed project shows above a 21-foot finished floor elevation, which responds to the required 2 feet of freeboard above 2070 sea level rise base flood elevation for the parcel. The proponent was asked to address basement level windows existing in the building to improve capacity for below design flood elevation floodproofing, and has done so by proposing masonry fill of the existing windows. This action maintains the visual cues of the windows of the historic building while limiting floodwater entrance pathways. After board approval and zoning board of appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the proposed project will continue design review with the planning department. Thank you, and I will turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Hello, members of the board, chair. Thank you for hearing our proposal tonight. And thank you, Alana and Dylan, for giving the majority of the information there. So as mentioned, 615 Albany Street is a vacant building. It's been vacant for some time. The actual structure is in good condition. The interior needs a full renovation, which goes hand in hand with the conversion to residential. The exterior is in pretty good shape. There's some windows that need to be replaced. There's going to be some changes to the stairway shaft, which is the green shaft coming off the building, which I will show you in the rendering when we get there, as well as a proposed sixth story addition. As Dylan mentioned, we have 4 IDP units and 1 voucher unit. The unit mix in the building is really good. It's 13 studios, 1 bedroom. We also have 5 2-bedrooms and 5 3-bedrooms. So the unit mix that we're providing is pretty solid. We have 2 studios, 1 bedroom, a 3-bedroom, and another studio. So sorry, 3 studios. There's no parking on site, but we are providing a bike room for 24 bikes, so each resident would have a bike parking. We're also providing 6 visitor bike spots, some other public improvements. We're adding 3 new tree streets, improving the sidewalk and the handicap ramp on at the corner of Albany and East Brookline. Some of the sustainability metrics, we're using electric systems instead of HVAC. It will be green energy compliant. That's about it. I guess next slide. This one. Here's just an overview shot of where the property is. It's a pretty prominent spot on the corner of Albany and East Brookline. We have had a little bit of a process before here to kind of get to here. There was, if approved here, we still have to go to the ZBA, and then we have to go to landmarks for exterior approval. So we got ahead of that and have been having subcommittee meetings with them to make sure what we're proposing is in line with what they're thinking. The majority of that being the 6-story addition, and the adjustment that we have to change on this building is a little bit different from most of the office to residential conversions. There are stairs that go up to it's more of a parlor level, half-story above grade rather than a ground level. So one of the big changes that we're making is accessibility access, which is one of the bigger changes to the exterior. And so that's a couple of the steps that we have been going through. We started this process last summer and then transitioned to the office to residential halfway through this year. I guess we can move to the next slide. That's just another overview shot of where it sits. Here's the existing building from Albany Street, and on the left is from East Brookline. More exterior photos. This is the site plan. It's basically a stack throughout the building, 4 units per floor. On the left here, kind of shows the basement, which is not living space. It's bike parking and storage. So the only outdoor space for the building is a proposed roof deck, which is common for all residents. None of the units have private outdoor space. The building takes up essentially the whole lot, so there's no additional space for landscaping or yard space or for decks to come off the building, which probably wouldn't be possible for this building, where it's in view from pretty much everywhere anyway in terms of landmarks. So this is the proposed rendering of the building. So it's a restoration of the existing on floors 1 through 4. And then on the 5th floor, it changes from a mansard to the kind of the proposed 6th story. It's going to match that. We've kind of gone through months of design review, trying to figure out the best way to go with the mansard. It wasn't working with an additional story, so we went with the same design for the 5th and 6th story. And this shows it from Albany Street. Yeah, and so to summarize, it's 24 rental units. 5 of those would be affordable. Estimated construction cost is $4 million. We're projected to bring more than 25 construction, probably more like 50 construction jobs. Transit score is 76, walk score is 93, bike score is 91. So it really is an excellent commuter location. So I think the bikes work really well in lieu of having parking. Obviously, it's at the edge of the south end and easily accessible to most of Boston without a car. And also the reuse of the existing building is really going to contribute to the sustainability. There's so much of it that we're going to be able to keep on the inside, including the structural systems and such, and then the exterior almost entirely. So it's a very efficient project from a construction standpoint and from a efficiency standpoint when complete.
Nice. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Super exciting project. So do we have any questions or comments from the board? Well, I just want to say I remain so excited for this program and for your efforts in helping us kind of maintain the existing assets that we have here in the city and updating them for continued use and benefit for our residents here and in the future. So just really excited about this project.
Absolutely. Thank you. We're really excited too.
So cool. Okay, so if there are no other questions or comments, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Okay. That was 22, correct?
So I'm actually right back up again, I think.
That was 21, Madam Chair.
Oh, that was 21. 22. Okay. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed conversion of existing office space into 25 residential rental units, including 5 IDP units, 3,525 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and 25 bicycle parking spaces located at 129 Portland Street, and to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction, and to accept a quitclaim deed for a certain temporary limited property interest in the project site, and to enter into a pilot agreement, and finally to take all related actions. Dylan.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chief Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. Again, my name is Dylan Norris. I am a project assistant with Development Review, and I'm here before you to present another applicant of Mayor Wu's downtown office residential conversion program. The proposed Article 80E small project located at 129 Portland Street in the West End Bullfinch Triangle neighborhood of Boston, as well as the proposed 121B agreement to effectuate the downtown residential conversion pilot program. On March 30th, 2024, 129 Portland LLC applied to Mayor Wu and the BPDA's Downtown Residential Conversion Incentive Pilot Program. The pilot program was authorized by the BPDA board on October 12th, 2023, and offers to approved applicants a tax abatement in exchange for converting their underutilized office building into multifamily residential rental units. The October board vote authorized the creation of a demonstration project plan area in downtown Boston where the BPDA is able to act pursuant to Massachusetts General Law Chapter 121B and provide a contract for a payment in lieu of taxes pursuant to Chapter 121B. To qualify for the pilot program, the project must meet City of Boston's inclusionary zoning standards. 17% of all newly created units must be deed restricted, affordable restricted for households making up to 60% of the area and median income, and an additional 3% of units must be available at fair market rent and reserved for voucher holders. Applicants to the program must also comply with the current green energy stretch goals where applicable. The proposed small project contemplates the gut renovation of portions of the 6th-floor commercial and retail building located at 129 Portland at the corner of Portland Street and Valenti Way. Currently located on an approximately 4,451 square foot lot, the vast majority of the existing exterior of 129 Portland Street will remain unchanged, maintaining the exterior facade of the building. The proposed project will result in the upper 5 floors of underutilized office space being converted into approximately 22,005 square feet of residential rental space. The new residential portion of this proposed project will include 25 rental units, 5 studios, 8 one-bedrooms, 6 two-bedrooms, and 6 three-bedroom units. The ground floor vacant retail space will be renovated, resulting in an approximately 4,477 square feet of ground floor retail space. The proposed project will also meet the city's affordability requirements of the downtown conversion pilot program at 17% IDP, at 60% area and median income, as well as 3% of the units reserved for voucher holders. The project will fully electrify its HVAC utility systems in compliance with applicable green energy stretch codes, and the project will also create 25 new residential bike parking spaces within the project. Next slide. Based on staff review under Article 80 and review under the pilot program, the proponent has been selected to receive a pilot agreement based on the pilot program criteria. The proponent will, upon approval by the BPDA board, enter into a pilot agreement among the City of Boston and the BPDA. If approved today, the city and the BPDA will provide the proposed project with an average tax abatement up to 75% of the assessed residential value for a term of 29 years, terms which are consistent with the October board vote. In order to comply with the rules and regulations under Massachusetts General Law Chapter 121B, Section 16, the BPDA must take an interest in the project site. To effectuate that, the BPDA and the owner of 129 Portland Street will enter into a deed agreement which conveys limited rights in the 129 Portland Street property. Additionally, the owner and the BPDA will enter into an indemnification agreement to ensure the BPDA does not have any liability on the property. On July 1st, 2024, the BPDA received a small project review application from the proponent. The BPDA then hosted a virtual public meeting on August 5th, 2024, which was well attended and well received. The public meeting was advertised in the local newspapers, and a notice was posted on the BPDA's calendar, as well as sent to the West End neighborhood distribution list. The comment period ended for this filing on August 12th, 2024. Again, I am joined today by John Weil, the Planning Department's Senior Program Manager of the Downtown Conversion Pilot Program. Thank you all. I will now turn it over to Ella Wise to review the planning and zoning context in which the project was reviewed. Thank you.
Thanks, Dylan. Good evening, Chair, Secretary Polhemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ella, and I'm the planner on this project. The site context shown here is within the Bullfinch Triangle area just northwest of City Hall. The area includes a variety of uses, including residential, office, and retail. There are several other development projects nearby, including hotels, research and development, and a mixed-use residential building. Next slide, please. Thanks, Dylan, very much for your explanation of the Downtown Residential Conversion Incentive Pilot Program, which provides the plan and context for this project. The pilot program was informed by both the City of Boston's October 2022 Downtown Revitalization Report, as well as the planned downtown planning process. The proposed project is an early applicant for this pilot. Next slide, please. So the proposed project, here's our analysis of the project versus zoning and the planning and policy. It's located in the Article 46 Bullfinch Triangle District General Area Subdistrict. The proposed project requires a conditional use permit for residential use, which is clearly consistent with the goals of the pilot. And the project proposes no changes to dimensions. With that, thanks very much for your time, and I'll turn it to the development team.
Yeah, I think you might be on mute, Greg.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Thank you, Danielle and Dylan, members of the board, chair. Thank you for having us and listening to our proposal tonight. Thank you, Priscilla, for letting me know I was on mute. Okay, so 129 Portland Street, pretty similar project to 615 Albany Street. This building is in much better condition. The actual exterior of it is in amazing shape. We barely have to do anything to it. In terms of accessibility, it's set up much better as well with a ground level entrance, elevator in place. The biggest issue we had was that there was only one staircase in the building. So we have to add a staircase, which is really the most major part of the construction. And from there out, the building it really lends itself perfectly for a conversion with windows on both Portland and Valenti. You get 5 really good sized units. They're not squeezed in there by any means. We have 6 3-bedrooms, 6 2-bedrooms, 8 1-bedrooms, and 5 studios. So it's a really good unit mix. We have some really good sized units. That translates well over the affordable units too. We have 1 2-bedroom, 1 3-bedroom, 2 1-bedrooms, and 1 studio. 4 of those are IDP at 60%, and 1 of those is a voucher unit. The building, again, does not have parking. There's not really anywhere to add parking. We are providing 25 bike parking spaces in the basement. So there'd be a space for every residence. Similarly, the construction is we're able to reuse even more of this building. So it's very efficient construction and conversion, and then once complete, the building will be more efficient as well with electric systems and just better overall building components, as well as flood resistant, similarly to 615 Albany Street. That's about it on the exterior, just because there's not much going on. We're not changing much. It's mostly an interior fit out of the building. Here's the site plan. The building does take up the entire lot. Here's the footprints of the building. It's stacked 5 units per floor on 2 through 6. And then the first floor is where the retail is. We have it set up currently. We're pretty far away. We're not, up to this point, and for the next few months, we're not going to have clarity on approvals. We still have to go to the ZBA and get the actual permit, and then go under construction. So we have quite a bit of time before we fill the spaces. So we're not sure what the retail is going to be yet, but we've heard, from the neighbors, on some ideas that they had and also what they prefer not to have in the building. So we've broken it up into 3 spaces, hopefully to accommodate some smaller neighborhood style retail spaces, if possible. That pretty much, we can go to the next slide. The floor plans are pretty much the same throughout here. So I guess to summarize, it's 25 rental units. There's 2 Group 2A accessible units, 20% affordable with 5 IDP and 1 voucher. Construction cost is estimated at $4 million. We'll be revitalizing, I think, 4,500 square feet of retail space. Also more like 50 construction jobs. Again, it's an excellent transit location, so it works really well for the bikes, and that bike score is definitely going up in that location over the past few years. And then kind of went over the sustainability already. But the building is also in the one of the things, in addition to the conditional use, we have to go for groundwater conservation to the ZBA as well, for just a proper infiltration system for the building. And I think that kind of summarizes my end of it.
Awesome. Okay, questions or comments from the board? Okay, again,
I would just say,
go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say it's great to see these projects, coming through. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
Yeah, +1 on that. And I used to live in a similar building of that structure, and it's just, it really is a great experience to kind of be in the middle of it all and walking and just get to experience a lot of really great aspects of Boston that are right in that area. So it's, again, exciting that people are going to be able to experience that as their home. So, all right. Well, if there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Take care.
Have a great day.
Now, I will skip forward, correct? Secretary Polhemus to item number 27.
Yep, correct.
Request authorization to disperse $130,000 in varying amounts from the Fenway Park Demonstration Project Community Benefits Fund and the 121 Brookline Avenue Project Escrow Fund to 9 community organizations in the Fenway neighborhood. Aaron. Aaron, or somebody on mute, or there we go. I see you.
Sorry about that, just got added as a panelist. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jameson. My name is Aaron Hallquist. I am the manager for developer compliance for the planning department, and I'm here to propose disbursement of Fenway Park demonstration project and 121 Brookline Ave project community benefits. This memo requests that the BRA doing business BPDA authorize the disbursements of a total of $130,000 in varying amounts to 9 community organizations in the Fenway neighborhood. $105,000 of the total will be dispersed from the Fenway Park Demonstration Project Community Benefits Fund maintained by the BPDA from contributions made by the Red Sox to be dedicated to the beautification of the Fenway neighborhood. A further $25,000 will be dispersed from community benefit contributions from the 121 Brookline Ave Project Escrow Fund. In September 2013, the BRA board passed the Fenway Park Demonstration Project. This action resulted in the granting of easement rights on what is now known as Jersey Street to the Boston Red Sox for game days, as well as air rights over Lansdowne Street to accommodate the Green Monster seats. As part of the Fenway Park demonstration project, $100,000 per year for 10 years was paid to the BRA/BPDA by the Red Sox to be dedicated to the beautification of the Fenway neighborhood. The BRA board approved the 121 Brookline Ave project on August 15, 2013. The proponent of the 121 Brookline Ave project contributed a community benefit package of $50,000 at issuance of the full building permit for that project. The BPDA, through local elected officials, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and Intergovernmental Relations, notified various community organizations about the availability of the community benefits contributions from the aforementioned projects. The BPDA notified organizations and publicized the availability of community benefits funds from these projects using the BPDA website and social media accounts. The funds are made available through notification to organizations in an application process open to all. 10 organizations applied for community benefit funding in this funding round. A variety of factors are used by the review committee when scoring applications, including organizational background, experience in the neighborhood, expected outcomes of the program or project, etc. BPDA staff has reviewed the applications of various community organizations and has identified those listed in the chart detailed in the board memo as recipients of community benefit funds from the Fenway Demonstration Project and the 121 Brookline Ave project, respectively. I'm happy to answer any questions that any of you may have. Thank you very much.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 28. Request authorization to disperse $2,540,115 in varying amounts from the Harvard Alston Public Realm Flexible Fund to 5 community organizations in the Alston-Brighton neighborhood. Aaron.
Once again, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhamus, and Director Jemison. Also here to propose disbursement of another round of grant funds, this time from the Harvard Alston Public Realm Flex Fund. The memo requests the BRA, doing business at the BPDA, grant the director authorization to approve grants from the Harvard Alston Public Realm Flex Fund as recommended by the Executive Committee overseeing the fund pursuant to the co-op agreement between the BRA and Harvard dated July 10, 2014, and authorize the director to execute any and all documents, including but not limited to grant agreements in connection with the prior vote. The Harvard Alston Public Realm Flexible Fund was originally created as part of a package of public benefits approved in 2013 and memorialized in a co-op agreement with the BPDA dated July 10, 2014. Harvard University committed to provide $5,350,000 to projects that contribute to the goal of a, quote, community transformed by a vibrant public realm of civic and cultural activity, ample open space for passive and active recreation, well-maintained landscaped streets and parks, and a community enhanced by sustainable goals, thoughtful transportation modes, arts, and culture, end quote. The fund is intended to support projects for which public sources of financing may be unavailable or inadequate. Projects may include improvements in public parks and open space, neighborhood beautification, streetscape improvements, public safety projects, and public art, including functional art such as benches or bike racks. Projects should be a broad public benefit to the Alston-Brighton neighborhood, with particular emphasis on the North Alston/North Brighton area, i.e. the portions of the neighborhood located north of I-90. Applications are expected to garner and demonstrate broad community support for their projects as part of the application and review process. Eligible projects are most typically on public property, and the applicant may be either a public agency or a nonprofit. The Executive Committee has also determined that in some cases, it is acceptable to grant funds for projects that, while technically on private property, are accessible to the public at large and clearly enhance the public realm. On July 14, 2016, the BPDA board voted to approve $406,173 in funding for 7 projects, and on the 16th of March 2017, the board voted to approve $1.9 million in funding for the Boston Parks and Recreation Department. The latter grant, when combined with the City of Boston capital funding and other sources, provided catalytic support for major improvements to and transformation of a significant open space resource as described in the Smithfield Master Plan. On July 13, 2017, the BPDA board to approve $317,618 in funding for 7 projects. In 2018, the executive committee solicited requests for qualification from artists interested in installing public art on 2 private building facades at the intersection of Lincoln and Franklin Streets. More than 24 submissions were received and reviewed, and 2 teams were selected as finalists. On 12 July 2018, the BPDA board approved disbursement of up to $5,000 to the 2 teams for development of a proposal. Ultimately, $1,000 was dispersed to a single team, which developed a proposal that was presented to the executive committee. In April 2019, the executive committee solicited applications for a new round of funding, with applications due May 15th. A total of 9 applications were received, and on 20th May, applicants presented their proposals to the executive committee and responded to questions. The executive committee ultimately recommended approval of grants to 8 of these organizations, with some organizations receiving grants for somewhat modified projects. The total disbursement approved by the BPDA board was $533,413, including $100,000 to Joe White, artist, to fund installation and related expenses for public art on 2 buildings at the corner of Lincoln and Franklin Streets. In December 2020, the BPDA board approved disbursements of up to $253,988 to 5 projects. And in March 2021, the board approved disbursements of up to $75,000 to the City of Boston for a survey of Western Ave in the Alston-Brighton neighborhood. In March of this year, the executive committee solicited application for a new round of funding, with applications due May 20, 2024. A total of 6 applications were received. The executive committee ultimately recommended approval of grants to 5 of these organizations in this grant cycle, with some organizations receiving grants for somewhat modified projects. In other cases, certain stipulations or conditions will be determined by the executive committee in the coming weeks and memorialized in the grant agreement to be executed between each grantee and the BPDA. Staff recommends that the BPDA disperse funds in the amount specified herein, recommended by the executive committee, and authorize the director to enter into any necessary agreements with the grant recipient pertaining to implementation of the approved disbursement. With that, I'm happy to entertain any questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Aaron.
Pleasure.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So move. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Aaron. Okay. Item number 29, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that we pay our bills. Second that.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Please pay the bills. Before we move on to the final agenda item, and I hand the virtual mic over to Chief Jemison, I'd like to take a moment to recognize that tonight's meeting is a bittersweet one for the board and our planning department team, as we give our flowers to our fearless leader, Director Arthur Jemison. Arthur has completed a remarkable journey, a remarkable amount in his time with the city. He's brought significant and signature policies and projects to this board for approval. Some of his most significant accomplishments are creating the planning department, which restores planning as a core function of city government for the first time in 70 years. He's completed 5 neighborhood plans and 4 neighborhood rezoning efforts in Charlestown, East Boston, Mattapan, and Newmarket. Under his leadership, he's launched citywide rezoning efforts to modernize the code, including citywide zoning to allow child's care, squares and streets, and Article 80 modernization. He's launched a citywide design vision Under his leadership, this board approved over 170 projects and 40 million gross square feet of development, including approximately 11,000 new housing units, of which 3,790 were income restricted. That's 30%. This board also increased the affordability requirements of housing to 20%, increased linkage, and passed net zero carbon zoning during his time. He oversaw ambitious and creative new programs like the Office and Residential Conversion Program, which already has 11 applications to convert 15 buildings into 500 plus housing units. He's hired an incredibly talented staff, increasing the overall staff numbers by 45 people, and has mentored and guided our staff and retained them, which the city and individually we all thank you for. Beyond the numbers, somehow there is even a better story to tell. Arthur is a strong leader, and it is more than clear that the staff have deep respect and admiration for him. I've been told by many that Director Jemison has been the best boss they've ever had. And I see why. He is a voice of consensus and community building across many stakeholders that interact with the city on planning and development issues. He's a true public servant with deep-rooted values and the ability to build trust across our neighborhoods. This board knew that with Arthur at the helm, the decisions and recommendations that the staff brought forward were well-tested and would grow and change our city for the better. I'm beyond appreciative for the genuine interest and effort that he has made to build relationships and trust with each member of this board. I know we have challenged you and the team every step of the way as we evaluated these game-changing and groundbreaking transformation efforts to the way that we do both planning and development in the city of Boston. I hope you walk away from this experience knowing that under your leadership, we have reset the foundation and the principles upon which we will continue to maintain Boston as a world-class city, both now and in the future. And we know that as Boston goes, we have so many ripple effects beyond the city's boundaries. It has been an honor of my career to serve the city of Boston in partnership with you, with humility and gratitude on behalf of the board and the city. Muchísimas gracias to you and your family for all of your service. We hope to see you back in Boston in the future, but until then, best of luck to you in your next adventure. Detroit is an incredibly lucky city. We'll be cheering you on. And I'd just like to open the floor to any other board members who would like to make a comment before I turn it over.
That was beautifully said, Priscilla. And Arthur, I just wanted to add briefly, I mean, I know you and I will stay in touch, and I'm so happy for that. You have been amazing. This is a rare person that could be amazing with the community, amazing with the developers, amazing with the administration, and amazing with staff. I mean, who does that? Arthur Jemison. So really want to thank you. I'm really want to thank your family, and I'm happy that you guys will be together again. I'm happy you'll have that really easy job of running a large city housing authority. And I just wish you a lot of love going forward.
Arthur, you've been transformative, and it's really been a great pleasure to work with you. You've been a terrific colleague, and you've laid the foundation for a much better city. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to work with us for the time you've been here.
So I'd also like to add, yesterday I had a chance to speak with you. So I just want to say it's a pleasure and honor to work with you. And again, like I said yesterday, I hope everything that you do going forward is great and successful, and hope to see you again.
Thanks.
And I'll just round out as the newbie on the team. What a titanic loss your leaving is for our city. But I know, and you know, how grateful we all are. The highest compliment I can give a public servant is that they come from the Tom Menino School of Politics and Government, and certainly he brought you initially in your first foray to the city, and brought me in many ways to my first foray when I joined. And it's just sort of that quiet leadership of working day in and day out to make the city a better place, to ignore the drama, to ignore the critics, to just focus truly on making this a thriving, wonderful, world-class city. You have done that. Your legacy is rich. We are a better body internally for your leadership, and we are one hell of a better city because of everything you've done, and that legacy will go on for generations. So I'm only sorry we didn't have more time to work together, but I know that you will be no stranger to the hub of the universe, and we are just profoundly grateful for everything you've done for all of us.
And with that, Director Jemison, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Members of the board, it's good to see you. I do have a couple notes at the end, but just to make sure we close out the business of tonight, we had 7 development projects approved, 378 new residential units, 59 income restricted units. There was a cost estimate of the developer's work here that's over $500 million. The projects represent 1.5 million square feet of development and will put over 1,200 tradespeople to work. Just talk very quickly about Orange Street. I want to congratulate the staff for beginning the process tonight for the redevelopment of 626 Warren Street. RFP will include either residential option or the potential for ground floor square footage. It's the result of a public process that was launched in 22, an ongoing community dialogue. Excited to hear what happens here. Also wanted to add a few words about 295 West First Street. I know that we've had a spirited debate during the review period. Glad to see the project will bring so much new housing to the city in a neighborhood where housing costs are high. Get more than 200 new houses or units out of this development. There'll be new public open space on the site as well as space for a local nonprofit. I want to thank the community for the input they gave us on the project and the staff who worked on this. I know that there will be other input areas on this one coming up soon, and I'm glad that the dialogue resulted in a good outcome. We also had some office conversion work that went on today. The office to residential conversion team advanced 2 more projects. We received 11 applications to convert the 15 buildings that Chair Rojas shared about, and we've got over 470,000 square feet of conversion underway. With the votes tonight, 3 of these projects have been formally approved, and we know the first project that was approved is beginning construction imminently. It's very exciting. Job well done to all of those folks who were involved. So of course it's unusual, but I guess I would like to share a few notes about my farewell. I first just want to say thank you to everybody who's been involved, who I've had a chance to work with here in the organization and the administration, development community, and the neighborhoods. Thank you for your warm embrace and warm welcome when we got started. And as I've been leaving, I've really been humbled by some of the things that people have said about that people have said about me. I'm really flattered and positively surprised. I think I work hard like everyone else to try to meet the standard, and some days I do. I certainly have felt like I certainly have felt like people are responding to the effort we're putting in. I just have a few very specific remarks to share. It's been difficult because it's obviously an emotional thing to do, but I want to thank Mayor Wu who invited me to do this job. I've always said that Boston wanted to change, I wanted to be part of it, and the Boston of today is a different city than it was in my previous tours here. planning and development culture shifted, and I know the team will carry forward the vision that we began implementing together to make the city more resilient, affordable, and equitable. City Hall is a more inclusive place, and I'm grateful to the mayor for her leadership in pushing forward with that change. Board members, I want to thank you very much, both the board members who are here today and your predecessors. You've been partners in the work we've accomplished over the last 2 years, and I'm grateful to you for embracing my role both as director and chief of planning for the city. You've given amazing feedback and shared great dialogue, both what's available for people to see publicly and in the community as well. I want to thank all the hardworking staff of this planning department. I want to thank you to the veterans who have the institutional knowledge and have been committed to this organization. Some of you under 4 or 5 different names, but knowing that the essential work of growing this city is what you've been committed to. And I see that and recognize it, and it's been my pleasure to be able to lift it up. I want to say the same thing about the new staff who we've recruited to join over the last 2 years. You've brought an enormous amount of great and positive energy to this very hard work. It takes vision, determination, and resolve, and both the old timers and the newcomers have so much to give and have given a lot already. I want to thank you for all your contributions, and know that I just want you to know that I'm thinking of you as you carry on the work that we started together. Boston's one of the oldest cities on this in the United States, and it predates the United States. Being a part of shaping any city, but a particular one as old as this one, and its future for any amount of time is an incredible honor, and I've really felt that, and you can feel it whenever you walk the streets of the neighborhoods. Any neighborhood of this city. City building is about buildings and open space and housing and commercial space, but most importantly, it's about creating ways for people to connect with one another. I think we talk a lot about projects and plans, but the real project here is a human experiment we're on about finding ways to be together in community, to build community, to live and work and be in close quarters in these shared spaces and build consensus around the kind of society we want to be part of. The city building is part of that. It's foundational to it, and it's been a pleasure to work with you on that in a critical common project over the last 2 years in service of the city and its residents. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for all your partnership, and I do hope to be back in service with you again sometime soon. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Chair Rojas. Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you, Chief Jemison. So with that was the final item on our agenda, and I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
I second it.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you again to Director Jemison, and we'll see you next month. Cheers.